Okay, sorry about that. Been having some technical difficulties with my setup, but aside from all the frustration, we've figured it all out, and things are good. We've got to be grateful. We still have good health, and that is essential. So anyway, yeah, I apologize for starting a little late today, but please tap the like and let's get started, shall we? So I was thinking, let's see here. No, I wonder if I have the right, yeah, okay. So I was on Nick Cruz's stream yesterday and he was talking, we talked about Dave Smith. It says I'm muted. So the audio should be good. I went and tested it, did a little recording clip of it, and it seemed to have worked. But, we'll see when the desktop audio, when we start playing stuff, if that still works. So anyway, yeah, Nick, I asked him about Dave Smith and Dan Bilzerian. You might remember they're having a little feud, and it's opened up some interesting, insightful discussions. And I had no idea that Nick has really gone after Dave Smith. I was completely unaware of the history between these two, but something about Dave Smith's tweet here that doesn't sit well with me, and I'll explain why. But Nick was basically, so just to set it up, Nick tweeted that if you voted for Donald Trump, you are a Zionist. This was in November 14th, 2024. It doesn't matter if you have criticisms of Israel if you give power to the Zionist mob. Dave decides, thank you, Thugbone, for becoming a subscriber. Dave responds by saying, just because you vote for someone does not mean that you agree with them on everything, especially their worst position. This thinking like socialism is incredibly stupid. And I just, like, why bring socialism into this and be just self-report that you're an idiot, just to categorically dismiss this very real, authentic movement that has lifted the living standards of so many countries around the world. I mean, like, try telling this to China, try telling this to Vietnam, to a whole host of countries that have improved their societies because of a socialist organization of the economy. But the really telling part is that not even the socialist critique of capitalism just dismisses capitalism as stupid. We are on the other side here, or in a more objective side, I guess you could say. Socialists view capitalism as a necessary precondition for the advancement of human societies. So we recognize that capitalism served a purpose in the 1700s, when it was, in the 1800s, when it was basically outmoding feudalism. That was a necessary step. I would think that everybody would agree that the innovation of a capitalist society, or the transcending of a feudal society into a capitalist society, was, in a limited scope, an achievement. And we don't think of it as being incredibly stupid, We recognize this was a certain way of organizing the economy under a certain very, very definite mode of production. And for him to just, I just don't understand this. It just brings to my mind that Dave is obviously not a political analyst. He's a comedian, So I think he outs himself by not really trying to go through the arguments, not really trying to go through the history of socialism, of capitalism, etc. And Nick is absolutely right at the bottom here. He says, it doesn't matter if you don't agree with them. You gave them power, dipshit. And also, this is November 14th, 2024. This is, this is two, I guess it would be a year into the genocide. Anyway, I'd been thinking about that ever since we had our stream yesterday. So anyway, I think we'll just start by going through the reposts as we do. I've been going after these AI tech developers. They're posting about this new Codex app that some new iteration of it, 5.5 or something. And everybody is just celebrating the innovations in the AI industry. This guy, Greg Brockman, who is the president and the co-founder of OpenAI. I'm surprised he's still with Sam Altman at this point, but he's still working at OpenAI. He says that Codex app is becoming incredible. I said, so are genocides, but hey. It's just like these people that are seal clapping for these new ChatGPT models, etc., while there's a live stream genocide going on, of which we are complicit in. It's just it shows you the out of touch contradictions that are happening. Again, Greg Brockman, Codex is for everyone for any task done with a computer. I said Codex is for everyone, but these nuts are for you, Greg. It's always a Greg. Sam Altman says, big upgrade for Codex today. Try it for non-coding computer work. I said, everyone hates you. Here's an Israeli soldier jerking off to Gaza sites. This is a real photo by the IDF. Oh, shit. Almost spilled my coffee. It's nice for me to spend the evening with you, Loki. And all of you fine chatters. Look at these chemtrails. These chemtrails are getting out of hand. Let's see. Now I can hear the audio. It's beautiful. Yep, the chemtrails are explicitly Jewish. Gosh, this fucking video, man, when you see it of Erica Kirk dressed like an assassin, like she's just robbed a bank or something. She's trying to get sympathy from the people. I mean, she just keeps outing herself as a psychopath. Erica Kirk needs to log off and go be with her kids. She's not helping anyone and certainly not helping herself by broadcasting her demon eye gaze to the world. Ooh, mouth noises. That's AI, but it's not far off from the actual thing. We'll take a look at it in just a second. Here's footage released of Israeli settler brutally attacking a Christian nun in Jerusalem. Are these the Judeo-Christian values that we've been talking about? Hearing about? Jesus Christ. They only attack the weak, right? There's a side view of her injuries. Not sure why. Oh, yeah. Hassan tweeted a picture of him with Vladimir Lenin's book, What Is to Be Done. People are grilling him about it. It's kind of funny. Rightfully so, because if you read that, you would understand that social democrats can't bring revolution or change. Absolutely. Eddie Liger says, I hope you internalize it. You could be a serious force for good if you abandoned the Democratic Party. But it's sort of giving LeBron James reading Malcolm X. And there's like 5 different photos of him. There's Kendrick Lamar reading the Jakarta Method, totally real. But what's funny about that is like they have like 5 different pictures of LeBron James, and it's like clearly on different days of him being pictured with this Malcolm X book, and he's always on the same page. And people are making fun of Hassan because it's like he got to like page 3 and then he decided to look out the window and say, okay, that was enough. Hey, thank you, Constitution. I appreciate that. Yes. The organized rich ones, for sure. It's just, it does kind of seem a little out of touch when you're shilling for the Democrats. You know, you're sheepdogging for AOC and Bernie Sanders while you're cosplaying as a Marxist Leninist revolutionary. It just doesn't really comport with me, you know? Breaking, Trump says he's trying to save Iran. I'm trying to save that country in a certain way, he says.
So when you say about, they say that I do the same, and nobody's ever seen it there. Think of it. They killed 42,000.
When they say save, they mean exploit, right? They mean plunder. And how contemptuous, how condescending to tell a 90 million strong civilization of 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years that you're going to save them. Wow. It's just like the ruling class theme of like, they're saving us from ourselves, right? Even domestically, the internal class war within the United States, that's the rhetoric that we hear from these billionaires. We're going to save you guys from yourselves against your will, of course. I don't know why Harrison Smith, sometimes he disappoints me. And he says, America is under no obligation to allow foreign enclaves to be built in our country. We do not need to justify or qualify this refusal. And he's responding to this report of a Muslim city in Texas, because that's really quite a threat these days. Of course, with Governor Abbott, who is a staunch Islamicist, clearly this is a systemic problem. I mean, the fact that and really what it boils down to is the fact that they built a mosque. But they're a Muslim city now. A Muslim city in Texas gets legal win after a judge ordered that the state must comply with developers. The East Plano Islamic Community Epic. That's funny. Which has now been rebranded to The Meadow, will feature 1,000 homes, a mosque, schools, and more. Oh no. Anyway, Texas leaders are worried that project leaders will begin imposing Sharia law. Please, let's give it a try. After the liberal order has been completely demolished, maybe it's time we live under some new kinds of laws. It's like liberal democracies have a proliferation of pedophilia and all kinds of criminal activity, but let's worry about what Sharia law is going to mean for our children, right? Yeah, housing development, no. Developers were just awarded a win when a Travis County judge ordered that Texas state agency, Texas Workforce Commission, must comply with the agreed upon terms with the developer. The Texas Workforce Commission had argued that the project was under investigation. This development remains under active investigation with our federal partners at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We are taking immediate steps to appeal this decision. So it's just kind of silly. Like, why give this a story? Daniel, I can't pronounce his last name. Please don't make me. Hakikachu. Sounds like I just sneezed. This is not a foreign enclave, he says. These are very wealthy American Muslims, mostly doctors and engineers who have been living in the U.S. for decades, who want to build their own houses around a mosque. Yeah, meanwhile, in Brooklyn, you can't throw a rock without hitting a fucking synagogue. There's like 2 on every street. But please tell me how Muslim enclaves are a problem. If you have a problem with this, just acknowledge you don't believe in Muslims living in the U.S. or you don't believe in the First Amendment for free assembly. This is such a bogus quote. Like, what does this even mean? Harrison Smith responds, when I am weaker than you, I ask you for freedom because that is according to your principles. When I am stronger than you, I take away your freedom because that's according to my principles. It sounds very spiritually Israeli to me. It sounds very Zionist. Like, imagine if we give this community their mosque and allow them to develop a neighborhood. then they're going to undermine us. Just wait. It's like Iran's going to have nuclear weapons any day now. Well, so is this Muslim enclave. Just wait. Just wait till that Muslim enclave starts enriching uranium. Boom! Roasted. Yeah, exactly. Cynical. Completely cynical. Yes. We do this. So obviously we're going to project that onto everyone we have a contradiction with. But this isn't even an argument. He doesn't even tell you who that quote was by. Who was it? David Ben-Gurion? Daniel responds, says, you're a big fan of the whites self-segregating into their own communities and call it natural inclination. So is that only a privilege you believe whites have? What about blacks, Native Americans, Christians, Muslims?
Mentally, it just makes sense. So, I mean, even the idea of like that they forced integration through busing in the 70s. You go to the public school in America now, it's still segregated. You go to churches, they're still segregated. Neighborhoods are still largely segregated.
Yeah, it's called white flight. It happened, in the 50s and the 60s. That was segregation for you. There's still remnants of it. Yeah, it's because it's, we have an economy that's privately controlled. So the whole idea is to defund public infrastructure. Let's take our money out of, we don't owe anything to the public. Let's go build our own little neighborhoods and segregate our societies and make sure that when you go into a black neighborhood, it looks like it's poverty. It's a completely it's a third world country, but you go a few blocks over, it's a nice pristine neighborhood. Yeah, I mean, that's not exactly a good thing, It's not the fact that there are black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods. It's the fact that there's rich neighborhoods and poor neighborhoods. It's the fact that there's systemic racism in our institutions, our economic, financial institutions, and our political institutions. And, they engineer public policy based on this racial hierarchy, this ideology. That's still very pervasive till today. I don't think that's an indictment against white people. Nobody should be charged with the crime of having a certain skin tone. It's just the people that derive their identity based on their skin color is just absurd. It's just silly. It's like, why would you minimize who you are based on, a genetic accident? Why would you take so much pride in being a skin color? Like George Carlin said, you should reserve pride for things that you accomplish in this life, what you do. And people should judge you by what you do, not by who you are, what religion you celebrate, or what skin color you have. So the acknowledgement of white supremacy, as a historical motivation or a historical force driving, economic development and the development of human societies is not an indictment against every white individual. It's just a historical fact. I don't take any offense when people acknowledge white supremacy just because I'm white.
It's pretty much natural human inclination to want to be around people that, you are similar to genetically, physically, mentally. It just makes sense. And it seems like all of the forced integration hasn't even succeeded in their, stated goals in the first place, because schools, for all intents and purposes, are still, even the idea of that they forced integration.
See, look, he outs himself. He says they have their own countries. Nothing hypocritical about supporting everyone's right to rule their own nation. Yeah, you don't have the right to create an apartheid system, a right of segregation. And whose nation? Whose nation are we talking about? In the age of Jewish supremacy, we're going to pearl clutch and fearmonger about Islam and Muslims? Give me a break. They don't control Hollywood. They don't control Congress. They don't control the president. They don't control JP Morgan Chase and Wall Street. Like, pull your head out of your ass. Like, what are you doing? You're culturally mystifying people. You're not even attacking the principal antagonism of our day. You're only clouding everyone's judgment. You're confusing people. You're mystifying. You're confounding. You're making something, you're contriving something to be so big and important when it's really not. It's literally not a problem. There are no Muslim supremacists that are infringing upon your ability to access resources in the country of the United States. There are, however, a shitload of Jewish supremacists that have lobbied the government and have accrued political power. And they are very consequential on how we are living our individual lives. So why are you talking about this? You're trying to divide people when you're trying to divide people against the principal antagonism, and thereby you're making that contradiction weaker. Our aspect in this contradiction, you're making that movement, that unified movement, weaker by pearl clutching about a mosque being built in a neighborhood in Plano, Texas. And when he says supporting everyone's right, I have a feeling that he has a very narrow conception of everyone. Clearly, he doesn't mean everyone. Clearly, he doesn't divide principally the society that we live in based on class, which is how you should, conceive of our society at its most fundamental level. And, if it was a point that was so well known in our society, I wouldn't harp about it. I wouldn't keep going on and on about class and get labeled a class reductionist or something, because we don't hear this. It's underrepresented. The C word, the dirty C word. Nobody talks about class. I mean, we're starting to more, but historically speaking, it's the word, it's the concept, it's the narrative that doesn't ever get told. And also the right to rule a nation, should belong to the citizens of that nation, and that's Americans. And Americans come in all shapes and sizes, all different creeds, religions, skin tones. That is, ostensibly what the American conception was about: inclusion, freedom. Not like, oh, it's Christians over Jews, or Christians over Muslims, or Jews over everyone. Why can't Laura Loomer own a firearm? Does anybody know? She's crazy. Support atheism, then. I support people's right to integrate religion or spirituality into their human experience as they wish. It's not really about supporting this or that religion or non-religion. It's about the organization of the economy first and foremost. I'm a fucking materialist, okay? I'm not here to mystify people with cultural bullshit that isn't really antagonistic in our society. Religion, I understand that Jewish supremacists, conceive of this differently. But, it wouldn't matter if they didn't control the economy. It doesn't matter what what people think or what they say, but you know, you're allowed to express your opinion. The thing you can't do is engineer public policy to undermine other social and ethnic groups or religious groups because, you know, you have some supremacist ideas about the world. But you know, it's not like rich Jewish supremacists are collaborating with poor Jewish supremacists. Like, who gives a shit if the homeless guy is a Jewish supremacist? He's not gonna lobby the government, you know? Oh.
By the way, speaking of bad politicians, here's Mom Donnie. Here's cut one declaring, now this is going to come as a surprise to you, New York is in a budget crisis. Listen.
New York City faces a budget crisis of a historic magnitude. We inherited a deficit larger than any since the Great Recession. Years of mismanagement and chronic underbudgeting.
Wait, stop. Since the Great Recession? You've got like 400 years of city behind you since the Great Recession. Oh, well, slow down on that one. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Carla. I fixed it.
Structural imbalance between what New York City sends to the state and what we receive in return have taken a toll. We cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue. And we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state.
I cannot.
That is the only way to meet our legal obligation to pass a balanced budget, and to do so without imposing a financial burden onto the backs of working people. I'm glad to partner with Speaker Menon as we call upon Albany and deliver a balanced budget.
We need more revenue. Well, good news is you're opening a new grocery store. You're going to get some revenue out of that one. What does that mean?
Glenn's upset that they're coming for the richest 1% to generate revenue so that more wealth can be distributed equitably and we can reappropriate the surplus value that was stolen from the working class by the billionaire class. Oh, boo-hoo.
Need new revenue. When a politician says we need new revenue, it's not like when you're working at the S&P, man. Okay, what that means is we're going to tax people. When you want to
tax the fucking billionaires, dude.
Tax people, but you want the working class not to be taxed, who do you tax? You tax the rich people. But you've already taxed them so much, and you've chased them out of your city.
That's not true, Glenn Beck. Why are you lying? More rich people even... all the rich... That was a complete myth. No rich people left New York City because of this. In fact, there's been more investments from what I hear. What did you just say here?
We're going to tax people. When you want to tax people, but you want the working class not to be taxed.
Oh, yeah, he said the rich have already been taxed so much. What are you talking about? They historically, every year, skirt by paying 0% taxes on their profits. These are the richest corporations. We don't have to go through it all again, but, you know, famously, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, all of these huge conglomerates pay nothing in taxes. And meanwhile, neither do their CEOs, neither do their largest shareholders, because in America, we don't tax wealth because wealth belongs to the ruling class, and the ruling class engineers public policy. They write the tax code. They say wealth should not be taxed. Oh, the people that wrote the tax code enshrined their privileges, right? And what is instead taxed? That would be income. That's labor. That's your labor. That's crazy. The people that don't work don't get taxed. The people that do work, that put their life on the lines, their blood, their sweat, their bodies, their hearts, their minds, their energy, their effort, their entire livelihood, they're the ones that get taxed. How does that make any sense? How is that just? That is wage theft. That is highway robbery. That's institutional. If you don't like how the game's being played, what do they tell you? Flip the table, right? Like, why would you want to participate in this game unless you were forced to, which is what we are forced to do. Participation in capitalism is mandated, whether you like it or not. You must choose a master. Otherwise, what are you going to do? How are you going to get food? How are you going to live? How are you going to survive if you don't eat? When they privatize all the food away from you, they dominate all of our resources, and then they paywall it. I mean, capitalism is just paywalling survival needs. That's all it is.
Taxed. Who do you tax? You tax the rich people, but you've already taxed them so much, and you've chased them out of your city. How are you going to get? Who's going to pay that? Told you. It happened.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the guy with the $300 million, penthouse apartment in downtown Manhattan who, uses that place as a summer vacation for a couple weeks out of the year. Yeah, maybe he's going to get taxed. Oh, no.
Every time. Socialism is neat until you run out of somebody else's money. They're running out.
Again, he's quoting Margaret Thatcher. One of the most despicable political figures in modern history. The neat thing about the bad thing about socialism is you eventually run out of people's money. That's exactly what capitalism is. It's capitalists stealing our money. And what do they do when they run out? They, imperialize other countries. They go looking for other foreign markets to exploit. It's never enough.
Of money. They're running out of the rich people to destroy. They're coming after you. Congratulations.
This actually happened a lot faster.
Wait, why? What? They're running out of rich people to destroy? And now they're coming after you? I thought the whole thing was that the working class, of which we're all a part of, are not going to be burdened with the taxes to fund the government. The whole government you can think of as like a funnel by which taxpayer money leaves our pockets and goes into the pockets of the, wealthiest 1% of weapons contractors, bankers, executives, managers, et cetera, et cetera. That's what the Pentagon is used for.
That I thought it was going to.
Oh,
Usually lessons on socialism take decades.
He is just there's no business sense in this guy at all.
Oh, there's no business sense. Yeah, because you don't understand the conception of socialism. And I'm not saying that Mamdani is a socialist. I think he's a reformist. He's more of a Band-Aid enthusiast. He likes to, he's obviously operating within the present day context of capitalism. So I'm not trying to, criticize Mamdani too much here, because I think that would be not really serving the greater context, the greater point. But my God, this guy is fucking thick.
Oh, you can't fake this. Did you hear what his plan was to balance the budget? I'd like to propose that we just don't pay the pensions. What?
Sure. That I thought it was going to.
Oh,
Usually lessons on socialism take decades.
He is just in
Yeah, he doesn't have any business sense. That's so funny to me, because people that want to apologize and defend capitalism, every time you try to spew socialist talking points to them that, hey, the conception of capitalism could, the economy could be organized differently. And they say that we don't have any business acumen. You don't understand capitalism. That's not the point. The point is that we do understand capitalism, and we are looking at it outside the box. And we're saying we can organize the economy differently so that the wealth is more equitably distributed. That we're not going to put profit accumulation above human needs, people's concerns. That's parasitic, that's sociopathic, that's disgusting, right? To prey upon other people's weaknesses, their vulnerabilities, that is just disgusting to me. But what are we told? We're told we don't understand business. We don't understand how to accumulate profits in a privatized system. It's like, yeah, but it's because we don't, we reject the privatized system.
There's no business sense in this guy at all. You can't fake this. Did you hear what his plan was to balance the budget? I'd like to propose that we just don't pay the pensions. What? That's not a plan. That's illegal. I mean, it's not a plan. That was his actual plan.
I thought he was the man of the people.
The pension should always go to Larry Fink, of course.
Yeah, I know.
Erica Kirk claims that every morning she has to wake up and hear Candace Owens claim that she murdered her husband. And yet she says this despite the fact that Candace Owens has never made such a claim. But we know Erica Kirk is the victim here.
Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit to be CEO. And I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. And the list goes on and on and on. Every morning I wake up.
Yeah, just one more thing about Glenn Beck. I mean, this is the same motherfucker that said, I'm not sure why I was born, but I think it had something to do with Israel. He literally said that, almost verbatim. One is so very tired. So Erica Kirk decides that, you know, after the whole assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life, ostensibly, you know, where she's crying, I just want to go home. And then she tweets about how she's going to take a break from it all and be with her family. Well, the next day she's hosting Toilet Paper USA, dressed like a gangbanger. No, she's dressed like she just murdered. I guess I got to choose my words here. Allegedly. She's dressed like she just jumped off that roof at the University of Utah, if you know what I mean. It's quite ironic. Like a hitman, that's right. Nick Cruz says Vladimir Putin does 4-hour Q&As answering complex questions about geopolitics, economic theory, and Russian history. Meanwhile, this is the pure slop that our American politicians provide us. Who does this appeal to? This is from TMZ. Representative AOC was asked if she believes whether a female or a gay president will move to 1600 Pennsylvania first. Who'll be? I'm hoping it's going to be a black gay female. That would just then everything would be fine.
Hey, if you could click your fingers and Tucker Carlson is president instead of Donald Trump, would you do it?
Are you serious, bitch? Yes. Why is the hesitation? Oh, you know, yeah, he opposes the material genocide, but, you know, ideology. Yeah, I guess under Tucker Carlson, we might blow up a few less kids, but he's also a Republican and I'm a Democrat, so sorry.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I would pick Tucker Carlson over AOC.
But I it's kind of a toss-up. I'm not really sure.
Okay, last thing then. What do you think we're going to have first?
She's like, I'm just like a principled fence sitter. I don't like to get off the fence and have too strong of an opinion either way. Because I'm a grifter. And I have to toe the line.
Are we going to have a female president first or a gay president?
Oh, well, we don't know if we've already had a gay president.
Hey, that's true.
I think there are chances.
Yeah, Donald Trump was blowing Bubba.
That maybe we have, but I don't know.
If you had to guess, what do you think we'll have first? Because a lot of people are like, we tried female candidates a couple times in a row.
Yeah, she's got her Mossad handler next to her.
Didn't work out. So, like, Democrats are now a little bit hesitant about doing it again.
I mean, Honestly, I think anything can happen. I don't
Biden blew Corn Pop. Corn Pop was a bad dude.
really buy into the skepticism. A man has lost almost every presidential election as well. And so when it comes to women, you know, I think it's more about what we're actually fighting for, right? As opposed to the body that we're in. And so I think it's about not taking...
Is it though? Because you just said that you would still vote for Trump over Tucker Carlson, even though Tucker's an anti-Zionist, anti-Israel critic, and Donald Trump is not that.
You know, big money, fixing campaign finance reform and trying to fight for people and, you know, raise wages and help people make a living.
Yeah, like totally. Like, let me just pay some lip service. Like, these machine politicians are literal walking contradictions.
And I think that if we have someone who fights for the right things and speaks to the right people, then, you know, maybe we can overcome the gender gap in that.
Yeah, totally. I remember when like Martin Luther King gave a speech and he was like, yeah, like maybe we'll like overcome and like it'll be great.
Be able to make history, but I think it's really important that we're able to talk.
Let's like maybe make history, but like if it's, can it be like after brunch? Because I have a thing. Not now. Now is not the time. Of course, that's a liberal proverb. Now is not the time. Let's just keep talking.
In a way that, you know, really speaks to people's hearts.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah. I finished with people's hearts, so yeah. I did my due diligence.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Bye.
It's great.
Hey,
It's great. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Erica Kirk looking like she wants to implement some Sharia law. Here's Erica Kirk complaining that people think she's an assassin. It's so funny. She's like, every day I log on to this app and hear about how I assassinated my husband, as she's dressed like an assassin. Jake Shields says, I got secondhand embarrassment watching Little Timmy, which is Tim Pool, I believe. This is why they usually won't platform us. Let's take a look at this clip.
There are 38 states that have anti-BDS laws. Are you kidding me? I thought this was the country of free speech. I thought this is the country of free association. They make it so that if you work in the government, you cannot protest Israel. You can't boycott them. You can't just be like, oh, people are just crazy.
No, they are, though.
You can't just be like, oh, they're just seeing Jews everywhere.
They are.
When there is literally laws that protect Israel in a way that don't even protect Americans.
Okay, so you're wrong.
No, because
you don't read.
Okay, you're wrong, though.
There are actually several states that have comparable anti-BDS laws for China. Indeed.
Yeah, okay, where are they?
So, let's start with Texas.
Yeah, but China. But let's not forget China.
Texas prohibits...
Obviously, the Chinese lobby is huge in America. The Chinese are engineering our government, and that upsets me. Get the Chinese out of the government. Just say no to China Pack.
Companies that
like what? All right, so like all right. Like, if
from working with companies like China, Russia, Iran, and North.
He's like, hang on, I got this. Let me just do some mental gymnastics. Hang on. There's a thought here, almost. And
Korea, specifically.
Prohibits working with those companies?
Yes.
Okay, that's not the same thing as an anti-BDS law, Tim. Stop being disingenuous.
No.
Thank you. Damn, I like her.
Okay. If you're so you're saying
it prohibits you from working with those companies.
Working with them.
Right. It does not prohibit you from protesting.
Don't I have a right to do business?
Should a person who has land in the middle of Texas be allowed to sell it to some Chinese investor who wants to come in and build a freaking Muslim thing for some reason to subvert? Should he be allowed to do that? No. Fucking no. He shouldn't. But your government should not be able to
She couldn't even get through of that Steelman argument.
tell you that you can't protest another country. There's a difference.
But that's, again, I don't think that Israel should be singled out to be protected, but
it's the only country.
You don't think Israel should be singled out right now? They're the only country in the world, aside from the U.S.'s help. And, well, I guess you could say U.S. now with Iran, but they're the only country that's been committing a genocide. So I think we can single them out. In fact, the whole world has singled them out for that crime.
They don't even have it for this own country, for our own country.
Oh my goy.
Every morning I wake up to a new headline lying about me. I have comedians dressing up in whiteface. I have people saying I'm not fit to be CEO. And I have Candace Owens claiming I murdered my husband. And the list goes on and on and on.
Dude, she looks hot now. I wasn't into Erica Kirk, but look at those dreamy blue eyes.
Every morning I wake.
I want to forget this evil satanic crypto dyke even exists.
Our country has become unrecognizable. These people have perverted the truth to the point that they motivated the murder of my husband. They have continuously tried to assassinate the president, and anyone who stands in their way is labeled hateful, racist, fascist, and every other trigger word that is grossly dishonest.
Translation, everyone that challenges the official FBI story concerning the assassination of Charlie Kirk, they're just as bad.
We want the best for our country. They don't. This is why Charlie started Turning Point USA in the first place. He didn't trust the radicalized liberal teachers. And this past Saturday, it was a school teacher, of all people, a school teacher, that attempted to change our history for the worst with bullets. And everyone is asking.
I mean, in a sane world, if this wasn't a construct, everything that we're looking at, she would be livid towards the Trump administration, towards the FBI. Especially given the fact that the bullet that they found in Charlie Kirk's body that killed him did not match the gun that Tyler Robinson, the alleged assassin, used. That is huge. That proves that the story that we were told was a lie. And if she actually cared about her husband and his legacy and his death, you would think that she would want to get to the bottom of this. But she's like attacking people who have genuine, sincere a genuine, sincere inclination to know the truth. And the fact that she's so repugnant about that is very suspect. The fact that she attacks those people that question the very lying narrative that we've been fed. It lets us know that, okay, she's part of this whole construct. She's complicit in it some way.
Asking why I even went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And it was because many of the journalists in that room have attempted to dehumanize me. And I wanted to meet some of them face to face, quite frankly. Why have a conversation about me when you can have a conversation with me? So, for example, a journalist from the Daily Mail came up to me.
I don't know the end of the story, but I'm pretty sure it turns out that she's the victim.
She introduced herself, and she was very gracious. She was saying, "You look so beautiful. I'm so sorry for your loss." To which,
how many gold rings does she have?
I replied, "It is so nice to put a name to the face, especially with all of the slander, the lies, accusations that are out there surrounding my husband's murder and myself." And I said to her, "You know what's so interesting? This is my first time at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, And I find it so fascinating, the dynamic that is going on right now, because everyone is all dressed up and you guys are co-mingling in and out of each other's cocktail parties. And so for one night, you are able to put aside all of your differences for the sake of freedom of speech. And then by Monday morning, things will go back to being an absolute bloodbath between all of you. To which she replied, literally, she said, I know. Isn't it special, right? Isn't tonight so special? And following that conversation, it was time to take our seats, and we went into the big ballroom where the dinner was. And one of the first things I noticed...
The big ball. Big balls.
When I walked into that room was quite literally the proximity of the opposing outlets to one another. So you have one table here that's Politico, and another table here that's Fox, and another table here that's WAPO, and you're all crammed together, elbow to elbow.
Yeah, that's the White House Correspondents Center. Thank you for synopsizing that for us.
To make the night even more of a spectacle, every single 10-person table had 10 bottles of wine. And the president of the White House Correspondents Association, she did a great job.
I don't even have one bottle of wine.
Of trying to make the evening have that feeling of Americana. You know, we were in a room celebrating freedom of speech despite our differences. And the U.S. Marine...
We should just move on. Okay. All right, fine. You know what? We'll go on to something better. This will cheer you up. This is Mark Levin.
He says, I'm taking a hard look at what our culture has become, from education to media to podcasting. In this clip, I explain why it feels... Oh, my God. He's got to give a caption to everything that he is saying in the clip. Oh, Lord. Why not just let the thing speak for itself? It feels like everything from classrooms to digital platforms has been reduced to spectacle.
Yeah. Where serious learning is replaced by noise, outrage, and shallow debate.
I break down how younger generations are being shaped by systems that prioritize ideology, entertainment, and influence
over real knowledge, history, and critical thinking. He sounds like he's describing the prevailing political economy at large. This is exactly what the ruling class engineered for us, the Epstein class, of which he is a mouthpiece for.
I ask the bigger question, what are we actually learning? And what are we supposed to learn from it? Because in a free society, knowledge isn't optional, it's everything.
All right, well, I don't know. Let's take a look.
I feel like the entire educational, academic, podcast, communication system is turned into Jerry Springer. Certainly if you live online, which so many people...
Yeah, this is the same guy that's talking about how big Megyn Kelly's vagina is. He's in a spat with Megyn Kelly about their genitals, the size of their genitals. And he's like,
gosh, I just feel like this whole culture is becoming a spectacle. It's like we're becoming a Jerry Springer show. It's like...
You are the Jerry Springer show. You don't think you're the biggest instigator of this shit show. What are you talking about?
People do. Or if you live for one podcast or another. Now, many of you are really smart. You know, you take it in, you look at different things.
Now, one thing I've noticed about his clips is that he always starts off like kind of level and monotone, and like you're speaking in a room with him, having a conversation, and then by the end he's shrill, he's yelling. Let's just, because this is a 7-minute clip, I'm not going to watch all this shit. But let's just see, does he resort to that? Let's check him at 4 minutes in.
That we're winning this battle over the young...
No, he still sounds resigned. Sounds like he's coping about losing the court of public opinion.
Does anybody want to read him anymore? Or how about this?
This guy's like a boomer that's just...
The kids are just ruining the country. I can't believe it.
Yeah, the world's moved on.
many people have heard of Socrates? Oh, I've heard of Socrates. Well, who is he? What did he do? What did he say that was so brilliant? Who did he teach? I mean, what era does he come from?
Well, why don't, what, you're asking a lot of questions. You got any answers for him?
Or perhaps one of the greatest minds in all of humanity, Aristotle. Anybody really know anything about Aristotle? I'm not talking about geeks and nerds.
Yeah, I know about Aristotle. I've read his works.
People like me. I'm saying, do most people know what Aristotle said about anything? No. How about Cicero? Cicero, we've talked about Athenia. Now we're talking about...
Okay, they love to go back to ancient times. We know that. Insurrection Barbie says, Tucker hasn't produced one podcast in 2026 that wasn't about Israel. Not one. I wonder if she's going to cry about it. People who still listen to him are no better than the people who listen to Rachel Maddow, who hasn't produced one segment that didn't lie and trash Trump. And then, of course, horseshoe and all. They love to talk about horseshoe theory. I said in response, I always like to use their language against them. So whatever words they throw at to produce their point, I'm going to use those same words to produce the counterpoint. And so I say Israel hasn't gone one day in 2026, 2025, and 2024 without slaughtering women and children. And you haven't produced one post in all those years condemning it. Okay, my mic is too loud. Thank you, but why are you yelling? Is that better? Is this a little bit better? I turned it down a little bit. Dude, I'm a professional audio engineer, okay? Look at me. I'm rocking and rolling here. Okay, Peter. My mic is fine. All right. My dick is finer, but that's another story. All right, well, whatever, dude, okay? I can't please them all. I tried, though. Look at this. This is from an IBM presentation in 1979. Look what it says. A computer can never be held accountable. Therefore, a computer must never make a management decision. We seem to have lost that logic, that principle. Now, in the advent of AI, now AI is like targeting entire peoples and just targeting them for death without any management or oversight. Turn it up to 11, says one chatter. The guy that is named Mute, of course. That makes sense. The only way to fix America is with Lenin. Specifically, the teachings of Marxism-Leninism. Look at this. Shabbat shalom, motherfuckers. Yes, there it is. Beautiful haircut.
Shabbat shalom, motherfuckers.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I had no idea she was going to say that. Erica just shattered the glass ceiling, the bronze ceiling, and 3 other ceilings nobody knew existed. Times Person of the Year, Nobel Peace Prize. She's officially been elevated to sainthood. Give this woman everything. Here's Netanyahu bragging about more war crimes. Just every day. Just more footage that he shares of his war crimes. Just look at what we're up to over there in Israel. Oh, that's right. Yeah, bombing everything in perpetuity. Caitlin Johnstone says, normally when I have a tweet go viral criticizing Israel as Zionists, I get a high-profile Hasbaristas, quote, tweeting me and calling me an anti-Semite. Nobody is touching this one, she says. None of them want to inadvertently bring more attention to this tweet than it's already getting. And she says here that Zionists staging fake anti-Semitic attacks happen so often that it is unreasonable to treat each instance as an isolated individual event. Yeah, it's a systemic problem. This is the coordinated tactic. Someone compiled a 35-minute video of news reports about these staged incidents.
They are in fact victims of hate. Oksana Berendt and
This is we've actually watched this, or at least most of it, on a previous stream a couple months ago. So this is an old clip, but yes, it's very true. Lots of false flag steams, but we know that. Because you know why? Because we're live cooking at the Noticerie, baby. And oh, is it so sweet. I hope you brought some barbecue sauce, some cream cheese. And I hope you cut your underwear so that it rips easier. Okay, former U.S. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene explicitly confirms Donald Trump was forced to make a secret deal with the Zionist lobby to become president. Well, no shit. It's like we see everything on the surface of what's happening, and it leads us to this conclusion about the seemingly imperceptible events that preceded it, right? Yeah, that's the conclusion. It's like, okay, I see what's going on here. She exposes how the Trump administration is completely held captive by Nosferatu and isn't real.
Be really clear, this is something that is my own conclusion. To become president of the United States, there's deals that have to be made. Otherwise, you aren't allowed to have that power. And
now, it's pretty crazy to listen to former senators in the Congress of the United States to acknowledge these shady backdoor deals that presidents have to make with corporate lobby groups and Zionists alike. I mean, this is it's wild that in 2026 this is even bandied about as a revelation about our political system, because it's not. It's everything that we're seeing has been going on for decades. Of course, this is the culmination of it, obviously, and you know, the contradictions have never reached such an absurd level. But it's you know, there have been premonitions. This has all been predicted because it's been going on.
And you can go president by president throughout time, and especially throughout our lifetimes, and you can look at every single president and look at their career and the decisions that they made, and you can very quickly see that they made their deal to support Israel at all times. Why does the United States of America do that for one foreign country? It makes absolutely no sense. We don't do that for any other foreign country. No other government on earth does. Every single United States president, the vast majority of members of Congress, completely pledge their allegiance. Governors, too. We have to include governors and state elected officials. They pledge their complete allegiance to the government of Israel and their purpose and their protection and whatever endeavor they decide to pursue, whether it's right or wrong, whether it helps America or even if it hurts America, they still pledge their full allegiance. They make that deal.
Well, America right now is just 5 corporations in a trench coat.
And Tucker, I don't care what anybody thinks about me, but I believe that Trump had to make a deal like this in order to become president.
Yeah. And he got $300 million. In fact, I just tweeted about this. What did I say? I said Donald Trump sold out 300 million Americans for $300 million. He literally neglected the entire country just to be a cuck for one billionaire. And I'm hearing reports that Miriam Adelson is grilling Trump to do another limited strike against Iran, which will probably happen. Whoa, just as I say that, this is Suleiman. I don't know if it's clickbait because we know Suleiman likes his clickbait, but he says, breaking, Trump officially terminates Operation Epic Fury. For war powers resolution purposes, the Trump admin have terminated the operation one day before the 60-day deadline that required congressional approval for war with Iran. That seems to be more like a formality than really anything meaningful. What do you think? Thank you, Karimi. Yep, your mother wanted a mustache ride last night, so I obliged her. And I'm a better man for it, honestly. We had a great time, me and your mom. Yeah, bait, exactly. Let's see Eddie Liger. I need to get him on the show, man. He's great. Why I'm a member of the ACP and not the PSL, despite encouraging my followers to join them for years. Let's take a look.
The time has come for me to explain to you all why I'm in the American Communist Party and not the Party for Socialism and Liberation, or PSL, even though I encourage my followers to join PSL for years.
You don't know that, Bad Wolf. It did happen, okay? Ask your mother. Actually, don't ask her. She won't tell. You know what? I'll record the thing next time, okay? I'll have actual proof for you.
Recently, the People's Forum, a PSL-controlled organization, hosted Kat Abu-Ghazala as a featured speaker at one of their events. And if you don't know, she is a Democratic Party politician who I could only describe as an imperialist liberal psyop. She has consistently called for more U.S. weapons to be sent to Ukraine and has even promoted military action against the People's Republic of China.
We have to continue supporting Ukraine because they are being invaded. They are our
She's such a dumbass.
ally, and it doesn't stop with Ukraine. It will never stop with Ukraine. I support amending the Taiwan Relations Act to drop our strategic ambiguity towards defending the island militarily, not touching the one China policy outlined in the Shanghai Communique.
Now,
So you're advocating for war crimes. Awesome. Thank you.
The courting of Abu-Ghazala is a new low for PSL, who claims to oppose the Democratic Party by running candidates in the presidential elections every 4 years. But the problems with this organization are not new, as many of their former members have been coming out and saying on social media since this event. PSL leadership has consistently suppressed revolutionary struggle in the United States, instead encouraging their members to engage in electoral politics or go back to school and become academics. This is because they are not a revolutionary party, which is why they've refused to call themselves communists from the beginning. Leadership wants to remain a compatible, controlled opposition party within the existing ruling order. And if there was ever a revolutionary situation in America, they would quickly flee to the safe houses that they've prepared for themselves in countries like Brazil, paid for with the money of their members, who they are known to push harsh fundraising goals on. And this is why they're now turning to Democratic Party politicians like Kat Abu-Ghazala, because recently they faced mild suppression from the American government, which is something I defended them from. The ACP, on the other hand, refuses to court Democratic Party imperialists, even though our leader, Haz al-Din, recently faced FBI investigation. And we will never court the Democrats because our party stands for the full-scale dismantling of U.S. imperialism. And we recognize...
Okay. I'm just not sure what in your mind gave you the impression that sharing this comment was okay and even necessary or relevant.
That the Democrats are an imperialist bourgeois party. So if you're one of my followers and you're in PSL, I would now explicitly encourage you to leave and join a party like the ACP. Because the PSL strategy is a dead end. You are never going to create a revolution by winning elections in an electoral system that is rigged from the top down. Instead, we have to do the hard work of organizing and educating workers at the community and workplace level, which is what the ACP is struggling to do every single day. It's time that American communists put their energy behind a party that actually wants to see a revolution of the political and economic system in America. The time has come for...
I think Haz al-Din was on Jake Shields' podcast today. We could probably take a look at that. I'm sure it was pretty good. So Ryan Dawson says, Iran war is a blut to restart. Ryan Dawson is a bit restarted. when it comes to spelling. I'm just kidding. It's just a simple typo, but yeah, I think he's right. Myron Gaines says, is calling out Hassan for being too much of a bitch to say Jewish power, world Jewry, and overrepresentation of Jews in positions of power in America is the real problem. I have to say, I agree with Myron Gaines there. Progressives never admit to this for fear of being called Yahtzees, since identity politics is their whole game. Rabbi Poo-Poo. Rabbi Poo-Poo says happy April 30th. Actually, he says happy April 30th to all who observe. Rabbi Poo-Poo. He speak again. Rabbi Poo-Poo. All caps. Look at this guy. I mean, once you take a look at him, you'll see. This is Rabbi Poo-Poo, folks. He's a member of the chosen clan out there in the promised land. He's very scatological. That's right. He skit-scats and shit-chats his way to the bunker. Off to the bunker you go, Rabbi Poo-Poo. Obviously a superior gene pool. Clearly. I just like to say his name, Rabbi Poo-Poo. And I roll my R. It's excellent. Feels good. The ACP says our party unequivocally rejects the trend in Western leftism that calls itself socialist, yet rejects all forms of socialism that have actually existed historically. Yes, it is the brain rot of liberalism to support all socialist movements, support all socialist movements except for the successful ones, of course.
China, the DPRK, and other Communist Party-led states. In each case, they lament the messy form socialism has taken in the real world, in the world where they are constantly fighting against imperialist siege. The Western leftists frequently scoff at these experiences and recoil back into the purity of their own idea of socialism, a socialism which remains untainted by the contradictions of the modern predicament.
Yeah, exactly. So a socialism that is untainted. You heard what he said? Untainted by the modern contradictions, untainted by the fucking material world, the actual conditions that we live in. They want to promote ideologically pure socialism, which will never exist, folks. Anytime you hold up ideological purity against the material world will always fall short. What does that leave you with? That's a nihilistic ideology to just say we're going to sit on the sidelines and wait for the most pure thing before we actually do something about the prevailing political the prevailing political and economic violence.
This is the purity fetish which has dominated the world.
And thank you, Clifford.
View of Western Marxism.
You big red bitch. Just kidding. I love you.
But to reject the purity fetish is not to forget principles or the historical task of communism solving the riddle of history, as Marx had described.
Yep, ain't that something?
It is instead a way of understanding the dialectical intercourse of communism as the real movement of history and simultaneously the riddle of history solved. To condemn the so-called imperfect forms communism has taken in the 20th and 21st century is to condemn the necessary and difficult process of communism's unfolding. It is to reject the solving of the riddle of history because it occurs as a process and not as an instantaneous reality produced by a messianic event. Subscribe to the ACP's Theoretical Journal to read about how one could sustain communist principles while critiquing the idealism of the Western left's purity fetish.
Yep, Carlos Garrido, that was him speaking, and he's written a whole book on this, which I have. Okay, I didn't finish it, but I do have it, and I did start it, okay? He knows his shit. And I encourage you to follow Carlos, follow the ACP, follow Midwestern Marx. As well, let's see. Oh my God, a cancer that's metastasizing in the Democratic Party. It's Brianna Joy Gray saying that Hamas is 1,000 times better than the IDF. It's not even close. Oh my God. What a metastasizing cancer of a statement. Johnny Grat says, is it hard to type with that hood on? If you say so, Michael. If you say so. This, they lie as they breathe, right? This guy, Eyal Yacobi. You can guess what religion he celebrates. He says last week it was revealed that Hamas is systematically raping Palestinian women in Gaza. Really? Source? What? That's quite a claim, because it's already been debunked, but now you're saying it's been proven true. What, 3 years later? So where is this evidence coming from? Is it coming from your butthole? Is the source Trust Me Bro, aka your crack pipe? 2 days ago, it was revealed Hamas clerics are graping Palestinian children. Yesterday, it was revealed that the Islamic Republic is, female prisoners. This is exactly what the IDF does. Systemically, they have their Shtei Taman terror camp where they do this, and they film it. And this is what gets me. He says the New York Times hasn't said a word on it. The New York Times is the biggest promoter of Israeli Hasbara. They absolutely had a word on it. In fact, they parroted and promoted the false claims of systemic, what, on Octagon 7. And they never did retract that story. I keep telling my audience that. They still have not issued an apology for making shit up or trusting the IDF at its word. That's what we call the New York Times the IDF Times, or the New York Crimes. But, nothing's ever good enough for these Jays. This guy says, try raping the truth a little less often. Getting tedious. This guy is based. What have you said about the IDF? Yeah, doing exactly the same thing. Yeah, if even the New York Times won't repeat your pro-Israel story, then it's fake. That's a good point. Ever and always, the accusation by the chosen clan. Let's troll Sam one more time. What do you say? Hey, Sam. Listen, man. Everyone hates you. Even your employees. God, I hate that guy.
Feel bad or not.
Right.
Like, I could show you a dead baby, and a lot of people will go, well, what? I got to know what their last name is first before I can tell you if I feel bad or not.
Right. Yeah.
Instead of just like, that's, I don't know, clearly,
I know, that's what's so
wrong.
dark about it.
Yeah.
That's what's so dark. And then if you talk about like what's happening.
Yeah, it's just like what's so dark about it. Yeah, it's like, right. Oh, yeah.
Gaza, people say, well, October 7th shouldn't
So,
happen.
like, I can show you a dead baby, and a lot of people will go, well,
This is from Zoran Mamdani. He says, last night, Israeli forces intercepted and boarded a humanitarian aid flotilla bound for Gaza and in international waters off the coast of Greece, unlawfully detaining more than 175 people, including several New Yorkers. My team has been in direct contact with state and federal partners as we work to confirm the whereabouts and conditions of these New Yorkers. This is a brazen violation of international law. Getting tired of that phrase. Those detained must be released. There is Mark Levin being ratioed with a picture of himself covered in moldy bread. Here is me trying to increase my position in the X algorithm. Yummy. On this day, 81 years ago, the communists defeated the Nazis and raised the red flag. The only force in history that has ever defeated fascism is communism. Now we know why the capitalists, hate the communists so much. We'll never trust anything the U.S. government says. And then go ahead and believe them when they talk about Russia and communism and China. There you go. Somebody saying Hassan Piker is a Democrat, not a socialist or a leftist. Hell yeah. Look at this chat. It's a golden stream. I'm literally pissing on you. Don't you love it? He's pissing on me. Hey. No, stop that! Ah! Okay, sorry. Okay, let's see. San Francisco. But thank God we're liberating those Iranian women, though, right? That is crazy. You don't see this in New Orleans. Yep, San Francisco. Where's Donald Trump? Yeah, it's sad. Sorry, guys, we can't take care of you. We've got to bomb children in the Middle East.
Youngster, pull your pants up. Pull them up.
Sir, you can't shit there. All right, let's see. What are you guys sharing over here on the Discord?
On April 17th, there was an...
Remember, on the Discord, you got to proceed with caution, okay? You share something on this stream, you better bring the heat.
Evidentiary hearing in the Tyler Robinson murder case. There's something that bothers me about this hearing that I've not heard anybody else talk about, and it has to do with Erica Kirk.
Do without this shit. That's one thing you'll never get from me. If you subscribe to this channel, you'll never get a cheesy, cliche, promotional introduction video. It says everything about this guy. Look at him.
Of this case is that Erica Kirk hired a lawyer and filed an invocation of speedy trial rights. I'm going to go through this because I think people are missing what is really happening in this document. Erica Kirk is filing this as the victim. She is claiming that as the victim representative, that she can assert her right to a speedy trial. This is something that is unique to criminal cases in the state of Utah. This is not done in other states. In Utah, victims have rights in the trial. The first obvious question is that Erica Kirk is not the victim. She was not the person who was shot. How can she file this document? Well, if the actual victim in the crime dies, then a close family member can file on their behalf as the victim representative. That is what Erica Kirk is doing.
This is a Fox News alert. Erica Kirk putting the judge presiding over her late husband Charlie's murder trial on notice by invoking her right to a speedy trial as the representative of a victim of crime. You can do that in Utah. They're the only state to have such a law. And in a new court filing, she is accusing defense attorneys of dragging their feet as they attempt to kick the prosecutor off the case.
I'm going to show you what the law in Utah actually says, because I think this is important. Utah Statute 77-38-9 says, in cases in which the victim is deceased or incapacitated, upon request from the victim's spouse, parent, child, or close friend, the court shall designate a representative or representatives of the victim to exercise the rights of a victim under this chapter on behalf of the victim. Okay.
I'm a victim of that video, and I don't like it. I think I'm going to file a lawsuit. Sean King says, look at this. That pervert has a mask on. It's on film. Rabbi blessing him, telling him to another, listen to me. The problem is not just Netanyahu. The society is evil.
הרב הספרדי הבכיר, הרב מאיר מזוז, מקדיש את זמנו כדי לברך את הלוחמים משדה תימן, החשודים בהתעללות במחבל, תמיכה שנויה במחלוקת, מאחד הרבנים החרדים המשפיעים ביותר.
So the rabbi is blessing those that were charged with, these Palestinian detainees. So yeah, the rabbi blesses them.
תשובה שלמה ויוצאת זכאים לגמרי. יצאו זכאים לחלוטין. אמן. תודה רבה. מה עשית? הכיתם את האויב, אז מה?
You suppressed the enemy, so what? He says. No, Arabic does not sound like that, actually. I can tell if it's... Yeah. I can tell if it's Hebrew or if it's Arabic. Arabic is very pleasing to listen to. Also, the tone of Arabic is a lot different because it's not uttered by utterly sadistic psychopaths. So they tend to be more agreeable as well. Yeah, there's a lot of phlegm in Hebrew. Hebrew.
Carried on the shoulders of their colleagues, Hussein Ghadbouni, Hadi Daher, and Hussein Sati returned one last time to the headquarters of Lebanon's civil defense in Tyre.
Thank you, Phoenix. I appreciate that. Welcome in.
They were killed while trying to rescue people in Majd al-Zun in a so-called double-tap attack that has become a hallmark of Israel's systematic targeting of medics and first responders who arrive on the scene of the first attack. Even so, Hussein Ghadbouni's uncle said they didn't think twice about doing their duty.
Guys, Smurfberries is taking a very principled position in these times, and just we all got to pay attention to what Smurfberries is telling us, because he says Islam isn't the best once you really look. Wow. Please clap. That is so brave of you. Wow, at a time when the one and only Jewish state is committing a genocide in the name of Judaism. Yeah, no, certainly, it's those fucking Islamicists that are the problem. You gotta really look, though. It's not evident, obviously. You gotta really dive into the texts and, get your interpreter, and then you'll find out, oh, it's bad. Oh, it's real bad, actually. Whereas when you look at, these Jewish people in the Middle East, I don't think I need to read any of their words, actually. I could just look at what they're doing.
They were young men full of drive. When the airstrike happened in Majdal, there were no hesitations about whether to go.
They went with the Lebanese army, who usually coordinate access through what's called the mechanism, which the military, medics, and NGOs use to notify the Israeli military about their movements. They began working and managed to rescue one survivor. They went back for another. But the army withdrew and warned it was dangerous. Still, they pulled another person from the rubble.
They carried the wounded man while he was crying out. Then this brutal enemy, who shows no mercy, struck. The wounded man died, and 4 more deaths were added. Instead of 1 person being rescued, 5 were killed.
Hussein Khadbouni's daughter is only 3.5 years old. She says she wants to carry on her father's legacy.
Saeed said, yeah, he's got the eyes for it. Look at those eyes. He might need his eyes checked. What do you say, Smurfberry?
Dad is a hero. I want to be like my father, a paramedic and a firefighter.
In Lebanon, with daily Israeli strikes, it is a dangerous profession. More than 100 medics have been killed by Israeli strikes here in Lebanon. The Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, called the double-tap attack that killed these 3 men a new war crime. But anger spilled over at this funeral at his government and its decision to engage in negotiations with Israel while this killing continues. Their colleagues say the 3 never shied away from their duty, and those who remain won't either.
The mission will remain, and we will continue it. Their blood will stay in our hearts. It will guide us, give us strength, and lift our spirits even more.
Hadi Dahr was laid to rest in a cemetery by the sea in Tyre. His 2 colleagues were supposed to be buried in their home villages, but as their funeral processions departed, Israel issued new forced evacuation threats. They will now have to be buried in a temporary cemetery in a region where even the dead are displaced. Heidi Pett,
They're even displacing the dead. All right, keep it going.
Quote, Iron Boys, training to become new senators. Israeli, quote, Iron Boys, training organization near
Iron Boys, is that like Island Boys?
Khabarzel trained, quote, more than 10,000 teens that pushes boys
Look at all the little tiny hats lining up in a row.
Beyond their limits and reveal strength.
There's Shlomo, there's Avram, there's Alon, there's Mordecai. And, you know, the other ones.
They never knew they had. These boys are trained by Israeli, quote, veterans of combat.
Look at that, definitely an Iron Boy right there. My goodness, I want that hairstyle.
Units. In the caption of this video, Nuri
It's the Hitler Youth.
Barzel praises a killed teenage settler from the illegal Shufa Yisrael farm settlement in the occupied West Bank, describing his death as, quote, sacrifice for the settlement cause. The father is a friend and longtime supporter of Finance Minister Smotrich far-right religious Zionist party, according to the Times of Israel. Smotrich was put in charge of a new government office that controls settlement building in the occupied West Bank. Since then, settlement construction has reached record levels. In March, the Israeli cabinet approved 34 settlements, the most settlement approvals ever granted at once by an Israeli government. Since 2022, over 51,000 Israeli homes have been approved in the occupied West Bank. And according to Israeli Finance Minister,
Why would they show that clip? God damn it.
Bezalel Smotrich, this expansion is happening with, quote, U.S.
I'm afraid about the integrity of the stream with that clip.
A few weeks ago, there was the backseat. A few weeks ago, there was the assassination of 2 very prominent journalists, field reporters, television and radio reporters here in Lebanon. We were talking about the most famous war correspondent in the Arabic world, Ali Shaib from Al-Manar television and Al-Noor radio, and Fatima Ftouni, who was the face of Al-Mayadeen television in the south of Lebanon on the border throughout this war, and she was accompanied with her brother Muhammad Ftouni, who was a photojournalist. The story, of course, of
Holy shitballs.
And Fatima.
Oh my God, an anonymous angel is looking down upon me. Wow, thank you. That is incredibly generous. Who did that? Some anonymous angel investor. Can you believe it? Malagat, thank you for subscribing. We just hit a year. It's our anniversary, Malagat. I owe you a nice steak dinner. And we've got a hype train. Oh my God. Oh, I'm all bricked up. Oh, he's on my left, my angel. And my devil on my right. Saeed Pack strikes again. My hero, my goat. Thank you, Saeed. I know it was you, Saeed. You stole my heart. That was a Godfather remix.
And Muhammad Ftouni is a clear example of how the Zionists are deliberately targeting journalists, ones that they feel are successful in defeating the Zionist propaganda schemes.
Vindicated from what, Saeed? What are you talking about? Vindicated. Likes Veggies, thank you for gifting a subscription to the community. You know, guys, I live off of your donations and subscriptions and memberships and engagement, and every bit helps. And I just want to say I'm sincerely grateful to this community. You know, I love you guys. Thanks for showing up and showing out for me. Now we gave eyeballs a headache. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you going to cry about it, eyeballs? Did we just give you a headache? Yep, there's a dynamic noise that's playing. Well, you know why? Because I'm now streaming through OBS, so I actually have chat alerts. It's integrated, baby. We're sophisticated over here. It's a professional setup.
And Ali Shaib has really been one of those journalists that bothered the Zionists constantly, and they couldn't sleep remembering his name because of his important coverage on the borders of Lebanon with occupied Palestine.
خشية من المقاومة، هذا الجندي الإسرائيلي الذي يقف هنا لا يجرؤ على الاقتراب مني أكثر، لأن لأن مظلة الحماية هي التي تحمينا. أنا أقف هنا وأتجرأ على الوقوف هنا لأن يوجد مظلة حماية تحميني من هذا العدو الجبان الذي لا يجرؤ على الاقتراب مني. أنا أقف في
Everybody would be waiting to hear what.
Guys, there's one side with guns and tanks and the other side with microphones and voices. And it's the side that has the guns and the tanks that are the victims.
Ali Shaib is saying from the border to ascertain what is truth and what is propaganda. Their car was targeted with 2 missiles. Ali and Muhammad were sitting in the front seat. They were immediately martyred. Fatima was alive and she crawled out of the car for the back seat. Another car was behind them with 2.
I just hate how desensitized I've become from these reports and all this violence. It's just every day we wake up and we hear about Israel just behaving like the worst. I don't even want to say country, because they're not a country.
Young men who stepped out of the car to try to save Fatima off the side of the road when they were targeted with two
country
fragmentation missiles, themselves and Fatima.
Video shows Israelis forces chasing and detaining a special needs child. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? These just cowards. Oh, I hate them so much.
US President Donald Trump wants to rebrand the country's immigration agency from ICE to NICE. That is the National Immigration and Customs Enforcement. To endorse his name change, the White House's social media account posted this AI-generated image. The idea for the name change was first suggested by a conservative influencer in March. A month later, Trump responded on Truth Social that it was a great idea. While supporters see this as an effective way to change public perception of the agency, critics like US Representative Ilhan Omar call it an attempt to distract people from the truth of two fatal ICE shootings.
So I've been studying the use of memes and trolling tactics by...
Yeah, we know, guy. We know just by looking at you. You've been studying a lot of memes. This guy's the meme lord. Look at those spectacles. He just needs a top hat to complete the look.
For over 10 years, and basically AI has just added fuel to the fire. It's kind of accelerated this logic of trolling and the memification and in fact the weaponization of everything. There is a more serious dimension to it, right? Because underneath the memes is actual policy and actual military interventions, obviously, that have a terrible effect. In the case of ICE, innocent people have been deported, innocent protesters have been
It's a great point. They have no humanity. So it's almost like in order to overcome these sociopaths, we have to oblige them with no humanity towards them of their own, of our own. But yeah.
This endorsement of renaming ICE is the latest of the Trump administration's effort.
No doubt. Sadism, yeah, absolutely. That's a consistent feature and theme of Israeli society.
To rebrand and sell its vision of the US, one that's often amplified and reinforced with AI-generated content. In March, Trump posted an AI video of his vision for a presidential library skyscraper in Miami. In January, he shared an AI image which included a map that showed Greenland, Venezuela, and Canada as part of US territory. And on
It's like he's taking a page out of Nosferatu's
September
book.
the 5th, 2025, Trump...
Sorry. You know, when, hey, thank you for the tier 3 subscription to Super Garble. I mean, I love that it was a tier 3 subscription, but to Super Garble? Do you know why they call him Super Garble? It's short for super garbage. So, I mean, enjoy it while it lasts, I guess. It's weird because I got these noise canceling headphones
on.
An
executive order to rebrand.
What, you see that? Like I just do this. Watch. Oh, no, it doesn't do it. And it'll play the video. But I can't really hear my voice. So sometimes I misspeak, but it's because I can't hear myself. So I'm not restarted, okay?
The Department of Defense as the Department of War. But Congress still has to formally approve the change if Trump wants to use Department of War as anything other than a secondary title. A day after his executive order, Trump posted an AI-generated image.
Oh my God. What's funny is I just watched this movie last night. I mean, not for my first time, but I watched Apocalypse Now. What is this? He shared a photo. This is from 2025. Chipocalypse? Why Chipocalypse? Oh, Shypocalypse. I get it, because it's Chicago. I love the smell of deportations in the morning, says Donald Jewish Trump. Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War. Wow. So I can't believe I missed this. He's literally calling for war against an American city.
of himself with a caption that read, "Chicago was about to find out why it's called the Department of War." At the time, the city was bracing for the deployment of National Guard troops after Trump called for a crackdown on crime there. So what kind of impact do these AI images actually have?
If it doesn't have the effect of actually convincing the public of the kind of benevolence of ICE, it's more used to kind of on a meta-communicative level almost to say to people, we define reality. So we project the image.
Thanks, Incognitives. Also, simply just taking off the headphones actually helped too. Then I can hear myself. It's crazy.
Of reality that
But I know you're being genuine here, and I'm not sure how to do that, how you can lower the volume on one earphone as opposed to the other, but I'll figure it out.
Responds to our desire and our interest, and there's basically nothing you can do about it. But you can consume it and you can share it and be outraged over it.
Under the second Trump administration, the US is being rebranded in image and institutions, and the tool doing the fastest, most scalable part of that work is generative AI running through a presidential Truth Social account.
Okay, let's move on. Next up on the list.
A lot of blue MAGA losers, a lot of blue MAGA losers are in
This thing is so annoying. I'm sorry about that. Okay.
my comments on Twitter trying to do gotchas because the Supreme Court just gutted one of the last remaining provisions of the Voting Rights Act. And see, the great thing about receipts is that receipts have timestamps. So when these blue MAGA motherfuckers who did nothing but bootlick to the powerful, to the Democratic Party, to Joe Biden, and did nothing but make excuses for them not passing voting rights when Democrats had the House, the Senate, and the White House in 2021, is that we can check said receipts. Biden saying
She's so correct. The cleavage, the bootlicking is getting out of control.
on voting rights back in 2022, well, I don't know, and us calling him out for it. Meanwhile, Democrats crawled over broken glass during a pandemic to vote for Biden, and he won't do fuck all for voting rights. Pathetic. 2022. Democrats need to raise the debt ceiling and pass voting rights. If they actually cared about democracy, they would pass voting rights. Look at how they've given up on Build Back Better, voting rights, police reform.
And I love you too, Saeed.
They have the House, the Senate,
And nothing can change that.
the White House, and they haven't done anything on voting rights. All of these tweets are from 2021, bro. Here's an article where Biden, of course, and the Democrats are making excuses in 2022 as to why they can't do anything on voting rights, and me calling that out. And
That would have been better. I missed that. Thank you, Raven. I should have said boob licking.
me all the way back in 2021 calling out Pramila Jayapal for saying that she gives Biden an A+ despite the fact that he hadn't done any of those things. And I could keep going. I could keep reading tweets, okay? But what were all you guys who are now pretending to be so offended and shocked and
That's not true. I like Hassan. When did I say I don't like Hassan? I said that the only critique I have for Hassan is that he is, sheepdogging people back into the Democratic Party. I'm against shilling for the Democrats. I think we're so past that. I wish he wouldn't do that, but I think he's, been a voice for good, and he's done a lot of help in promoting class consciousness. And, I'm trying to be nuanced here.
grid that the Supreme Court, of course, gutted the remaining provisions of the Voting Rights Act, while the Biden administration and the Democrats, when they had the House and the Senate, did fuck all to protect it because of the filibuster and Joe Manchin and the parliamentarians. You told us to shut up and to support the Democratic.
Saeed is in the midst of an existential crisis right now. Come on, Saeed. Be strong. Be strong.
Party because they were trying, and by criticizing them we were helping the Republicans. But now you bitches want to come back and rewrite history and pretend that we weren't saying that the whole fucking time. Nah, the North remembers, the left remembers, and the internet remembers. So how about shutthefuckup.net? A lot of blue mag.
Shutthefuckup.net. I feel like that was a thing like in the early 2000s. It's like, oh, it's the bomb.com. Remember when we used to say that? Thugbone's right, Saeed. Let's just Saeed and chill. Okay? Okay, we saw that already. Let's see. Jake Shields says they have been poisoning wells for thousands of years. I wonder who he means. The jihadists? The radical Islamic extremists? Who's been poisoning the well for thousands of years? Oh my god. Fuck you, Discord. Illegal Israeli settlers poison Palestinian family dogs.
شايفه ايوه جبل الخط هذا اللي بيفصل بيننا وبين المستوطنين كل المنطقة هذه مسممين.
The entire area is poisoned, it said. This is Hiran. Israeli settlers in the occupied West Bank poison Palestinian families' dogs. Just like we're saying, right? Every time we log on, it's just like every day. What depraved shit are these sadistic sociopaths up to? Okay, can't share that. That would had GUNS in it, so let's be careful. Let's be prudent. Here's the new Jake GTV.
Shocking news tonight. According to a new survey, 60% of Americans are now antiseptic.
That's right. Oh my God, he's got a worm coming out of his ear.
Now the fake Semites are saying,
it's not their fault.
Of course.
Chloe and Michael, good morning. We're here with Rabbi Foreskins, who has an interesting method for circumcision.
It's just Metz eats a beeper. Stop noticing.
That's basically where they take a and suck on its
Yep, Metzitza Bepe, or whatever it's called.
Talmud says it's chill, though.
Wow, thanks, Ching Chong. You heard that, folks? Don't go looking up that unless you're...
It looks like you took like your Elden Ring character and just on the nose size part just went like all the way to 100 and everything else was kept the same.
Talmud says it's chill, though.
Wow, thanks, Ching Chong. You heard that, folks? Don't go looking up that unless you're ready to learn how it transmits HIV. That would be so antiseptic. But we go live to Tom.
I do know Elden Ring because I just started playing it today, or at least just to check out how to work it. And I did. I worked it. I put my thing down. I flipped it and I reversed it. But I did get that. I did get that game. Because everybody's been telling me I should play that game, so just try it out, you know?
Where our favorite pizza baking competition takes place in the Goy Center. Tom, take it away.
Oh, wow. Okay, Groove Homes. Nerd alert. Nerd alert. Thank you, Groove. So you and your online fantasy, I'm sure you're crushing it in your online life. We just need to translate that success that you have at video games into the real world. And instead of focusing on NPCs, we should start, branching out, start talking to real humans, maybe go on a date, maybe move out of mama's basement. Okay? Because you're like 37 years old at this point. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure they have been. Yeah, totally. No, you're crushing it. Says you. It's like when the IDF tells us they didn't do anything wrong. Sure, Groove. Totally, dude.
That's right, John. We're here at the Pizza Cost. What's it take to win this?
We need to bake $271,000 to win.
I thought it was $6 million.
Nah, that would be impossible.
Are you enjoying the Pizza Cost? Out of the 109...
In this economy? Why are you so concerned about my own personal life and decisions? I find that to be really weird. You parasocial dweeb. Why don't you mind your own business?
9 countries out here, Germany's the one struggling the hardest. They don't even have a chimney.
That sounds a bit antiseptic.
Hope that doesn't get us canceled.
Well, Producer Berg does love his pizza and grape soda.
Shut it down. Fine, over 80...
I knew that shit was coming. Every time the color bar, it's like, you're going to get the tiny hat producer saying, shut it down.
80% of the Epstein
You're going to end like Jackie.
list was
and 0% of the victims were, but that doesn't mean we aren't victims. My grandparents were in the pizza cost.
Jeez, Producer Berg, chill.
He's so cute when he shuts it down. Anyway.
He's so cute when he shuts it down. The pizza cost? What?
You see that fat congressman tampering with the votes?
Yep, show the normies.
Oh, look at that.
So here's what a crime on tape looks like.
But he's chosen.
So noticing is antiseptic.
Shouldn't he like be in jail? Yeah.
Absolutely. Throw him in jail. Like, seriously. Dan, break it down for us.
Somebody, needs to stop this guy. I mean, he is just, to me, I feel like he's a terrorist. I think he should be hanged for treason.
Shut it the heck down, Dan. You think you can just waltz your way into Congress because of your big muscles and antiseptic rhetoric? We'll genocide you like the Armenian you are.
Just because you stupid goyim notice 6 companies run 90% of the media doesn't mean that we won't censor you. Now, back to the goy slop, or you're fired.
Wow. Great point, Shapiro-Stein. We wouldn't want to notice that, right? I'm just here for the bread and circuses before my sports ball game tonight. We're like cattle.
The Goy Center.
How does it feel that your government
We're like cattle.
is funding a genocide?
Good. I just got my seed oil sundae for free.
How'd you do that?
I got my 5th.
You see, I adjusted my headphones and it stops this is new territory for me.
booster.
How do you feel about the event?
It's certainly not 6 million. And they were delousing chambers.
Really?
And mostly from typhus.
He was talking about the pizzas, right?
I think. Breaking news, we're bombing the shit out of Lebanon. Ching Chong joins us live from the action. We're here in Lebanon, where Israel's Operation Eternal Darkness has set out to absolutely wreck the Sand People. We've caused over 2,400 casualties since the beginning of March, all funded by our Epstein-controlled government.
What happened here?
Here in central Beirut, they just came over our town and started bombing us.
1 in 5 Lebanese have been displaced, all because you goy cattle are scared to notice. Like, dude, this is not chill.
That's base, Ching Chong.
But this is all we get when we let that fat Randy win.
Yeah, I got my vote on that Bulgarian dude. Let's hear what Dan has to say about all this.
The first thing that I would like to do is enact laws to punish people that put foreign nations before America. I think that's true.
Like, why does Matt Gaetz look like Charlie Kirk post-mortem? That's so weird. Look at that skin. It looks like he got embalmed with that skin tone.
Reason, and I think they should be hung for it.
How much makeup is he wearing? He's turning into an orange Cheeto.
Shut it down, Dan. We know you're lustful past Mr. Party Boy, thinking you're all cool because you have women in private jets like us. Daisy, distract them with your lustful milkers.
Exactly, Producer Berg. They never
Lustful milk. Saeed, calm down. Saeed, don't get too excited here. Remember, you're married. You have 3 kids. You're married. Also, she's got a huge Zionist necklace on. All right. So that's a boner killer.
Give us credit for owning their social media platforms and giving them only freaks.
Good points, Daisy.
It's not easy being chosen. Dude, she's not giving it up, bro. They're committing war crimes, all while they're blaming terrorists, saying they're embedded underneath residential buildings. Like, nah, fam. Y'all are sending my tax dollars to bomb the innocent.
That's actually a valid point.
Based, I might add.
Straight up. But let's go to the investigation team to learn more about what's been going on.
So when you follow the money, everything connects back to the chosen people. Nomadic wanderers practicing usury, financial domination, and Kabbalistic black magic. To put simply,
Fucking shit. That's good. That's real good.
it's the synagogue of Satan themselves.
Wow, that seems to check out. Even Orthodox Jews are starting to notice.
Well, yeah, they're appropriating Israel through trauma-based mind control.
Satan's little people. Let's hear more about Lebanon. Ching Chong.
The initial April 8th assault involved 50 fighter jets and 160 munitions, attacking over 100 sites simultaneously. That's over 300 people dead in a single day, all for our greatest ally to
This is the most accurate reporting I've ever heard in my life.
usher in revelation.
Shut it down, Ching Chong. There were Hezbollah terrorists in there. Get your butt back to America or you'll end up like Jackie. Run the freaking commercials.
You need to turn that garbage off.
But Mom, they really do control our government.
Millions of Americans are now noticing. And the anti-Septicism is spreading across the country.
Who did
you send $100 to?
To Jake GTV. He had his channel demonetized.
He's anti-septic.
Honey, so am I.
If you or a loved one is questioning the official narrative, it's not too late to get help.
Isn't Pfizer owned by a dual citizen from Israel?
Whoa.
Ask your doctor if antisepticants are right for you.
Orbo ratatad ag epniag 24 ihor lagi hel nidinte.
You know, honey, I think Israel is our greatest ally.
That's how you know it's working.
Get them vaccinated before Agenda 2030.
Wow, don't they own all the pharmaceutical companies?
Yeah, but careful, or Purdue-Berg's going to force you to vaccinate
I'll just
them.
use a fake QR code.
Let's go back to Ching Chong to see what the fake Semites are up to in Lebanon. So here goes Satan's chosen people smashing a statue here in Lebanon. Makes sense that their Talmud says Jesus is burning in excrement and feces. Talk about Talmudic tribesmen, am I right?
That legitimately pisses me off. Absolute blasphemy. What do you think about that?
We should still support them.
Pizza cost 2026.
So you're retarded. Got it. It's 4D chess, bud. Let's hear more from Dan Bilzerian.
They got kicked out of 109 countries, but they got expelled 1,030 times, which means they got accepted back in the country, kicked out again, accepted back in, kicked the fuck out again.
Yeah.
Right? So like,
yeah. Well, yeah.
This is
They're
not
totally opposite of the blacks. Everybody wants the blacks. They're taking them as slave labor.
Well, yeah, speaking of which, I mean, I'm sure you guys know who is behind that.
Yeah.
Just because we did the whole slave trade thing and then made it seem like a white people problem through media and education doesn't mean you should kick us out. Shut it down.
Isn't DNA testing illegal over there?
Yeah, yeah. They're not even Semites.
Anyways, let's hear from Theo on the Rogenstein Show.
They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like, it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going, I don't know, man.
We got to get you off those antidepressants, son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
Good job, Joe. Let's get him vaccinated. He needs his antiseptic.
That's so true, Daisy.
Joe knows what it's like to be chosen. His wife is one of us.
I just joined your Only Freaks. Consider me your greatest ally.
Good goyim. Let's hear how we can censor them on social media.
I can't wait.
Over the course of 2024, we tripled the amount of accounts that we were banning for hateful activity.
Oh, that's why we got canceled. The frickin' Jews.
That's right.
Yeah. So much for them not censoring our speech.
Look how he got Netanyahu. Remind you of anybody?
The frickin' Jews.
That's right.
Yeah. So much for them not censoring our speech.
That's antiseptic. Let's hear what the ADL is doing.
The ADL, our Center for Technology and Society, works actively with all the kind of companies of Silicon Valley, from Apple to Zoom, if you will, from Amazon to Microsoft to Meta, and indeed to Twitter.
What a thing to say.
But total coincidence. They don't run the media.
So what's up with that shooting that happened last week?
Let's go to the Jake GTV investigation team to learn more.
So he was being shown magic by the Jewish hypnotist, and then this one dude took shots and missed. Yeah. But this clip right here is just a coincidence. Play it.
This speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should tune in. It's going to be really great.
Total coincidence. Anyways, here's the shooter wearing an IDF t-shirt. Yeah. But then again, our government does protect pedos. Yeah. So the manifesto was pretty based.
Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist.
Yeah, he did write that.
I didn't rape anybody.
Oh, you
I'm not a
think, you think he
pedophile.
was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are the
never.
gunman's words.
Excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on
Dude, she didn't fucking create the story. The story happened and she's reporting on it. And this is the guy wrote, and you're attacking her as if she's conjuring up this as a political witch hunt or whatever, like you like to make it out to be. But that is literally not what's happening.
60 minutes. You're a disgrace.
He's always such a victim.
Guys, I'm pretty sure he's not a pedophile because he just told us I'm not a pedophile.
How about arresting a single person in the
Right.
Epstein files for once?
Right. Let's hear what Shapiro-Stein has to say.
Here we go again.
The #1 trend on X, the minute this happened, was staged. Okay, there's no evidence whatsoever this was staged. There's no evidence Butler was staged. There's no evidence Charlie Kirk's murder was staged or...
That's because the actual institutions that control the narrative are not releasing the actual evidence, Ben Shapipi.
Manipulated by the widow or any of that crap. Conspiratorial worldviews are disgusting.
Conspiracy theorists will believe anything these days.
Exactly. Good thing we have Shapiro-Stein to shut it all down. Speaking of Erica, here she goes again for Worst Actor of the Year.
I just want to go find
Shut it the heck down! I had YouTube delete your antiseptic Erica Kirkberg video for harassment, and I'm telling the ADL and FBI to shut this one down too. You're all fired!
Are we fully demonetized?
That guy needs like some Zyrtec, some melatonin. He needs to chill out.
Yeah, I guess we went too hard.
Jake just told us to ask you to subscribe at jakegtv.com.
That would help. Let's ask the FBI.
Why did you demonetize Jake GTV on YouTube and delete our TikTok and shadow ban our Twitter?
Just let us do our genocide in peace, Goyam.
Well, there you have it, folks. Noticing is antiseptic.
Based. That's based. Dennis, take it away. Thanks, guys. We're going broke doing this, so please donate. Anyways, if you're still not following Jake GTV, you're an absolutely retarded loser.
Follow Jake GTV. Let's see, what is his actual handle? We
Shocking news tonight.
Chill it out now. Every time I look at his channel, he's growing. He's growing and showing. Let's see. It's here. Let's just share the link here in the chat and give him a follow. Do us a solid. All right, that was pretty funny. I think, let's see, we got some more links here I could take a look at.
Thank you, Senator Coons.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley, and to each of you and your families, congratulations. And thank you for raising your hand to serve and in some cases continuing to serve the public.
Thank you.
Mr. Mark, if I might, just tell me about the 22nd Amendment. What does it provide?
The 22nd Amendment, Senator, my career has mostly been in criminal prosecution. I haven't had an opportunity to use that one specifically.
Anyway,
he has had an opportunity to use those ears as antennas. It's probably how he got his job at the CIA.
And able to help on the 22nd Amendment to the United States Constitution.
Well, Senator, I believe it is the amendment that deals with a two-term limitation on
Correct.
the service
It
of the
states
president.
no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Mr. Mark, is President Trump eligible to run for president again in 2028?
Senator, without considering all the facts and looking at everything, depending on what the situation is, this to me strikes as more.
Excuse me, Jess. I will not take your unsolicited advice on how to handle my live stream. Thank you very much, especially when you've been so egregious and, what's the word? Terrible with your link suggestions. Are you crazy? No, I'm kidding with you. We'll take a look at it. We'll keep going.
More of a hypothetical of something that could be.
It's not a
raised.
hypothetical. Has President Trump been elected president twice?
President Trump has been certified the president of the United States 2 times.
Is he eligible to run for a third term under our Constitution?
I would have to review the.
I knew that he wasn't going to just say no.
All I need to tell you is the language of the constitutional amendment that makes it clear that no, he is not eligible to run for a third term. Anybody else brave enough to say that the Constitution of the United States prevents President Trump from seeking a third term? Anybody willing to apply the Constitution by its plain language in the 22nd Amendment?
You're making this bald coon, Coons, his name's Mr. Coons, look good.
Nobody. All right, let's move on. Mr. Coons, what is res judicata? How does it apply?
It's a judicial doctrine that prevents.
All I heard was Jew in that word.
It's a judgment that has been, in one case, applies to a. You can't go into court after a final judgment.
The shamed man can't get shamed again.
One case and have it, and litigate the same things again.
How is that distinct from collateral estoppel, which precludes litigating the same things?
Res judicata, one involves the same party, the other involves the same things.
And what's the requirement for these two doctrines to apply?
Notice, opportunity to be heard, final judgment of a court of competent jurisdiction.
When he said that, like, what is it, res judicata? I heard pax judaica. I'm like, oh, okay, we're really getting down to business now.
Anyone disagree? If I might, Mr. Coons, is it pronounced the same way mine is?
Yes, it is. Yes, Senator.
My family's name was spelled that way when we came to the country. So, you were one of 3 judges on the panel in Alexander v. Trump.
I don't understand. That's a random statement, but I guess you're an Ashley Judd fan.
Where the president was suing the Pulitzer Prize Board for defamation. When did your work on that case begin? When were you assigned this case to decide?
I first learned of that case in approximately January of 2025.
Not when the briefs had been filed?
No, Senator. The way it works in our court is we are not assigned cases when the briefs are filed. Once the case is ready for disposition, the clerk randomly assigns it to the judges in the court.
And when did you first speak to Senator Scott's office about your interest in a district court seat in the Southern District of Florida?
I mean, I've had many conversations.
Exactly. See, you're branding yourself right now, Saeed. And I just wanted to say, I was going to say, I know that there's always some sort of subversive hidden meaning in each and every one of your comments that I have to decipher, I have to decode, and I want to warn people, okay, of this instigator named Saeed in the chat. You gotta really take him to task, okay? He's very clever. Forewarned is forearmed. Proceed with caution is all I can say.
Senator Scott's office, the one about an interest in the Southern District of Florida, I believe was in November of 2024. I don't know the date, but it's in my Senate Judiciary questionnaire.
And when did you release the opinion ruling in President Trump's favor in this matter?
So I learned of the case in January of 2025, and the opinion was released in, I believe it was February 12th, 2025.
That's correct. So you issued an opinion where one of the litigants...
boring, man. Is anybody else bored by that? It was pretty boring. Okay, yeah, we know Nosferatu is a crazy man. All right, we got JGTV. We just saw that. Let's see. Palestine News Network confronting Israeli scam artists at Vupre, Beverly Hills.
Palestine News Network.
Beverly Jews.
Can I ask you what your stance on Palestine is?
Please take your camera down.
This is a public street, so
Please
I'm
take
allowed
your
to film
camera
here. I'm
down.
TMZ, sir.
Please
I'm with
take your
TMZ,
camera
sir.
down.
TMZ, sir. I'm with TMZ. I'm just going to start saying that. Even when I go buy a coffee and they try to charge me for it at a cafe, I'll be like, I'm with TMZ. What is this? It's TM free for me.
Why, you're not the boss,
Take your
sir.
camera down.
You put your hand, you're not the boss.
I don't want you to take
You put your hand, you're not boss. Yeah, those ears are popping. Those ear pussies are popping.
of me. I don't think of you.
What is this jacket he's wearing?
You want to ask?
It looks like it doesn't fit him.
I'm with TMZ, sir.
What do you want?
This is public space.
Yeah, this is public space. You can do whatever you want.
I can.
Yeah, me too.
I see. He mirrors their accents. I love how he just breaks into a new accent just to troll them.
Me too.
What is your stance on Palestine?
Fuck Palestine.
Fuck Palestine.
Fuck Palestine and fuck you.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
go
me.
away.
I don't have to
Go away. Go away.
Why?
Okay, I go to the police.
This is the Jewish privilege we're talking about. They're going to call the cops because a guy is speaking words on a public street at him. Professional victims, folks.
Why you call the police?
What happened?
Why you put your camera
yes,
on?
please call the police so you look like a fool.
Ask question without cameras.
Yeah, go to Gaza. Why you don't go to Gaza?
Oh, yes, go to Gaza. Why you not in Gaza then? You cannot appropriately condemn a genocide unless you're in the physical space that the genocide is being committed. Why don't you go to Auschwitz?
Can't get there.
Yeah, I can bring you there. I can bring you there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess Auschwitz, that didn't happen because, and I'm being satirical because we know that Auschwitz happened. But by this guy's logic, I've never been to Auschwitz. So I you know, if we're to employ his logic, I guess there was no crimes.
Free Palestine, free Palestine.
Yes, somebody is telling me words on the street and making me hurt my Jewish feelings. Please.
There isn't use just standing here
He
and
was
say
looking
that.
at me funny, so I said, hello, sir. I'm with the Palestine News Network. I said,
Okay, and what does it give you? I'm really asking.
Yeah.
I understand you're on a specific position. What does it help you to stand right here and take a video and say that?
Yeah, see, they're like, look, the people that are like, I don't think you're helping your cause are not people that are a part of your cause. And they try to posture like, I'm being objective here. What is this serving? What is your support for a state that's committing a genocide serving? Ask yourself that. Now ask yourself, what is Palestine News Network doing? It's confronting the support for this genocide. It's confronting people's preconceived opinions about what's happening in the world. We're spreading social awareness through media that is prevailing, you know, in the present day context. It's like the equivalent of like asking an activist in the 1920s, why are you dropping leaflets? Why are you putting leaflets around? What is this really serving?
I'm asking you. I don't know. I'm not boring. I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
Okay, you what? Are you boring? You don't have what to do in your life?
Nothing to do. I'm looking for something.
Okay. So if you don't mind, just to stand a little bit here and just keep do that. Okay.
That's no problem.
Thank you.
Free Palestine, bro. Why are you calling?
You see, when they act like this, it incites in my mind, and I don't know what his name is. I think he goes by Dr. Press on Twitter, but Dr. Press is like, we gotta stand on business. We gotta apply the pressure. Look, we're confronting it. This guy's calling the cops because we're asking him questions on a public street. They have the Constitution of a wet napkin. Where's their spine?
Police, bro. Is it that serious?
Can you send someone
Sir,
here?
he's hitting
You're that much of a bitch? You have to call backup?
I'm in public space, and he's actually.
Yeah, you have
assaulting
camera.
me.
You have camera.
Yeah, you're stepping
it's
on
a lot
my
of
shoe.
camera.
You can't
It's
step
a lot
on
of
my
camera.
shoe, sir. I'm not touching you. You're stepping into my personal space, sir. The officer, he keeps actually initiating contact with me. I'm just in public
Can you send
space.
someone here? What? No.
Say he's standing on a public sidewalk.
Not Asian, he's not black, he's not...
He's like on Rodeo Drive.
White, yeah.
You do something in purpose.
It's like the richest Zionists in the country. This is like the epicenter.
This is a public sidewalk.
He's 30, 35.
Is TMZ allowed to do interviews?
Sorry, are you
TMZ?
from
I'm from the PNN.
And are you interview who?
I interview whoever I like.
Okay, but I don't want to do any.
That's your right. So you're free to go to your
green and
store. I'm
blue.
not stopping you. But you want to stand in the space of my camera. No, I'm not asking you to stand in the space of my camera.
If you're boring.
If you really was a good person.
Yeah.
If we're making speculative value judgments about your personhood because we don't like what you say, even though you're just exercising your right to be a citizen and your right for free speech, but you're not a good person. You hurt my feelings. I'm gonna cry now. I don't know why I'm Italian, but that's just what the vibes are.
Okay, let's see. Now he's got one. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Yeah, let me see. You got a smile like, hey, we're talking, bro. We don't need you, bro. Can we talk? We're talking. Okay, I hear you.
Shit way.
That's your opinion.
I try, but you can send someone here.
And it's not
You can send someone
So tell me the good way. What should I do? Can you tell me?
Just continue.
Give your sister her jacket back. Avi, your little sister called and she wants her sweater.
With your life.
No, so
search
just
other
continue.
Jewish people to interview.
Continue to win.
אז
Yeah, bro. I don't think the cops are coming.
Sir, vous prêt?
Isn't it illegal to like falsify a crime or call the cops for something that didn't happen?
Yeah. The name is vous prêt. What? VOUPRE.
Here's a better idea. Call your booking agent so you can get on a flight to Israel.
Sir, can you say hi to the Palestine News Network, please, sir? We're begging you, sir.
What's what? 512-351.
He's like, yes, my social security number.
1647.
Sir, why are you assaulting me?
I know it's his phone number. Now we got his phone number. Wait a second. We could literally call this guy? Wow. I wish I could go back. 512.
What? VOUPRE.
VOUPRE, that's the name of the store.
Sir, can you say hi to the Palestine News Network, please, sir? We're begging you, sir.
What's what? 512.
Okay, all right, wait, hang on. 512. All right, 512.
351.
351. 512-351. Okay.
1647.
1647. 512-351. 1647. 512. Three, 5, 1, 1647, right? Okay. Okay, we got it. What do you think's gonna happen? I did get the number right, though, right?
Hi to the Palestine News Network, please, sir. We're begging you, sir.
What's what? 512-351. 1647.
Sir.
Okay, all right, we're gonna call.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up.
Free Palestine! All right, we left him a voicemail. That was fun.
Why are you assaulting me? I have it on camera, bro.
I don't talk to him.
He's literally following me around, man. He's actually, I hope you guys can review this camera footage. He's been aggressive from the start, damn near assaulting me, officer. So, yeah, you probably need to come get this guy.
Imagine if, like, this guy, or, like, all of us behaved like how they behave. We could just make up shit. He's assaulting me, God. Please get here quick. This Jewish man is assaulting me. I know, I was hoping for it, too. It didn't, I think he's probably... The guy was a dumbass and shared his phone number on a viral clip. I mean, come on.
To be honest. So, sir, can you explain to me again, as you were saying, what I should be? You said you had a better way for me, sir. Can you explain that? White jacket, sir, please. Please, sir.
To what?
Yeah. I love that he's just exposing the fragility of these people. It's like, yeah, everything that you pearl clutch and cry about isn't real. It's literally not important. This is you out yourself.
Okay. Bro, you're very good at security.
Yes. Hello, 911. This man is enriching uranium. I'm pretty sure he's close to 90%. You got to get down here. If only. If only, Marish.
Bro, how'd you learn security like that?
Actually, you know, I don't know why I was born, but I'm pretty sure it had something to do with serving the Chosenites.
Bro, how did you learn to be so, like, top secret agent? How did you learn?
How, like, it's crazy. He calls 911. He's been on the phone for like 10 minutes.
This, yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm beginning to sense there's not much urgency to the situation. 911. Yes, this guy was standing outside of the store on the street, and he had a phone in his hands, and I'm pretty sure he was recording us and people on the street. And then he started speaking words at me, and I didn't like the words, officer. The words offended my feelings.
Why do you keep bumping me, bro? Like, I gotta get the far out vision just so you guys can see what he's doing. Like, I'm trying to walk in public space. He's impeding my way. Like, this is not acceptable. Please, officers, please, we need help, bro. We need help. Please, please, please.
No, but he's blocked the entrance.
He's literally...
He blocked the entrance, he said.
Literally not letting me walk anywhere, ma'am, and I literally am talking cordially.
No, I not close the door. I still have clients. I'm not close the door because of this shit.
Because of the shit. This is amazing.
Sir, I'm fully within my legal rights. You're just calling the police and wasting... He's wasting your time and taxpayers' money with this, guys, but feel free to send him. Feel free. Do whatever's best for the city. We agree, bro. This is a long form. Sir, what's up, bro? You have the right answers. Tell me, please, bro. Your security guard is attacking me again. Sir, can we please just get a comment? One comment, sir.
Yeah,
Please.
I got you.
Damn.
Palestine News Network.
I was hoping we'd get to the point where the cops show up. Oh, Saeed, that was your link? That was good. Those are not humans has two different meaning. Oh, no, wait, that's your response. When applied to Palestinians and then to the Zio scums, it's the double standard, the double jeopardy. Not that, but, you know. It was a throwback. All right, let's see. Geopolitical economy report. This is from our esteemed moderator, Obi-Wan. It says U.S. economy is based on a Ponzi scheme that could collapse.
We're in a post-industrial...
No, we love Marxist economist Michael Hudson.
...society, and that's a financial society run by the banks through their control of the central banks, which are controlled by the government that is, whose campaign is financed by...
Come on, Michael, we know you can do it. Get it out.
...contributors from the finance and the real estate sector. You then begin to have private capital take over companies and make money by essentially looting them. Thames Water in England is typical of how you loot a company. Hospitals, for instance, were a target of these private equity companies. Private equity proceeded to bankrupt whole swaths of the American economy, and a new word was added to the English language, enshittification, just cutting back the quality of what companies were doing, slashing expenses, working labor harder, making them work overtime. So the financial system has been turned into a predatory system, and all of this enormous growth in financial wealth since 2009 has accrued to the financial and real estate sector, to the dominated by the wealthiest 10% of the population. The 40% of the American population doesn't have any savings at all. They're living on the brink. And now that the costs are going up, they're having to fall further and further behind on their credit card debt, their personal debt, their automobile debt, student loans especially. But as long as the credit card companies will lend the consumers the money to the credit to...
Okay, I missed the context of it, but I think you were responding to a clip that we'll probably watch shortly.
Remain current on their obligations and not have to pay.
That's good, Saeed, because I'm used to just hearing nonsense from you. But here you actually, that's great, man. You actually had a good point. I kid, of course. People ask me why I'm a thief. I say I learned from the best. My government, exactly.
Penalty fees, then you're going to be able to keep the Ponzi scheme going. A Ponzi scheme is you need more and more money paid into it to keep the exponential growth. Right?
I'm Esau. What is that supposed to mean? I don't know my biblical metaphors. Okay, did you just insult my mother? What does this mean? Who the hell is Esau? And how did I not Esau this coming? That's true. That's true. What color is your carrot? That's what Saeed wants to know. Don't tell him, though. Don't tell him. He'll make it creepy.
Growing. The economy is to be sacrificed to the financial sector. That's what neoliberalism is all about. That's what finance capitalism is all about, and make it so different from industrial capitalism. So it's all sort of a self-feeding circular flow and Ponzi scheme.
If Esau is Jesus, why not call him Jesus?
Always end in a crash.
So was the guy insulting me? This little chode was calling me a grifter because he likened me to Esau? What are we supposed to think from this? He definitely has the constitution and the makeup and the profile picture of a regular MAGA chud. I'll give you that. The aviators, you know, the anonymous identity, too scared to show his eyes. So I don't know. Should we hate him? Who is this guy? Is he being nice to me or is he not, chat? Do I need to lay into him? I'll do it. I don't give a fuck. He's threatening me? Oh my goy.
Welcome to Donald Trump's Washington, which nowadays looks more and more like Donald Trump's Pyongyang. In terms of enforcing a cult of personality, Donald Trump has gone further than any president before him. And he is explicitly taking inspiration from his despotic friends abroad, especially Kim Jong-un.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's my own insecurity. I feel insecure right now. Sometimes I just don't know how to think about things. I'm really sorry. I really dig your glasses and your hat, and you got a cool beard. It's better than mine, okay? I'm sorry.
Good. No matter where you turn in downtown Washington,
I love the piano.
It feels like Trump is always watching. Sometimes literally.
Ah, the cadence.
Just ask the people who work at the Department of Justice, and the Department of Labor, and the Department of Agriculture. And it's not just his giant face on the side of government buildings. Donald Trump is trying to put his name on everything he can, like the now Donald J. Trump and John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts. And hey, he couldn't get his Nobel Peace Prize, so the man who bombed 7 countries in his first year in office did the next best thing, stamping his name on the U.S. Institute of Peace. And he's taking a wrecking ball to American history, literally to the White House, to build his, yep, you guessed it, President Donald J. Trump Ballroom. And if you thought totalitarians elsewhere were good at memory holding the past, just come here.
And who is us, Saeed? Who are you referring to when you say us? What is that? Is that the Emiratis? Is it the Bahrainis? Is it the Omanis? Is it the Saudi Arabians? What is it? Who do you work for, Saeed? Don't say Qatar. Don't say it. Saeed likes to troll us because we're like anti-monarchy here in the West. But meanwhile, we like really love dictatorships. We love regimes. You want to say warmer, but it's all hot here. You son of a... We'll never know. It's the eternal mystery. Where in the world is Carmen Saeed Diego? He's somewhere in the Middle East, but... Also, I'm pretty sure I named every country in the Arabian Peninsula, so how can you say warmer? One of them was right. One of them was right, unless you're actually in Arizona. He works for Santa Claus. Maybe.
Here to the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery, where American presidential history is being erased under Donald Trump. Until last year, the plaque on his presidential portrait mentioned his impeachments on the charges of abuse of power and incitement to insurrection.
Mount Rushmore has enough pedophiles on it.
That's all been wiped away. Trump also wants to construct what his team calls Independence Arch, or as some in Trump world call it, the Trump Arch, a 250-foot monument that would dwarf the Lincoln Memorial. And who could forget the $30 million DC military parade?
You thought Saeed was my friend? I don't have any friends. No, it's true. It's true. We are friends.
Trump threw on his 79th birthday last year. Our well-placed sources tell us Trump has already talked to his advisors
Mount Hushmore
about what it would take to make his birthday a federal holiday.
I have a pimp? That's an interesting theory.
It's not just DC. Trump is trying to rename Washington Dulles International Airport in Virginia and Penn Station in New York after himself too.
So if Saeed is my pimp, does that make me his whore? I'm just trying to follow the logic to its inevitable conclusion.
He's put his name and face on everything from national park passes to special...
That escalated quickly.
$1 million visa.
Mount Touchmore. Very good. You guys are very, very clever, I have to say. You're really outdoing yourself tonight. It's quite rare to see such wit from my chatters. Well done. But don't let it go to your head, okay?
To even a prescription drug program. Our team at Zateo crunched the numbers. The Trump administration and his party have directed more than $1 billion in public funds towards projects devoted to making Trump feel good about himself. Turns out, when it comes to vainglorious state propaganda...
Okay, one thing I have to say, Saeed, you know, to come at you a certain way here, you're talking about how, oh, you know, we pearl clutch about the monarchy and the West. I agree with all that. Like, yeah, let's go with the monarch, you know, at this point. But you share a video from a very liberal institution named Zateo, and I have real reservations about Mehdi Hassan, by the way, which I think is evident. But, oh, I forgot to mention Kuwaiti. That's right. Maybe he's Kuwaiti. Do you think we should Kuwait and let him tell us if we're right or not? Yeah, Mehdi Hassan sucks balls. I agree. He's a both sides or a principled fence sitter. We know all that. But, you know, the problem I have with this is that the headline is how Trump is turning D.C. into Pyongyang. So it's right there, you know, North Korea catching strays. And it'd be ironically based if Trump was turning D.C. into Pyongyang. Because that's the Juche gang, baby. They have their own form of communism. They have their own idea of socialism and how to enact that in their homogenous country. And, you know, they've thrived in spite of being encircled by Western imperial capitalists who bombed their country and razed it to the ground and killed about 1.5 million people. If we're to believe the actual army colonel general that, I never get the nomenclature right, but I want to say it was the brigadier commander. His name was literally Colonel Bragg, who admitted that in the 50s and during the Korean War that they destroyed North Korea and killed 20% of its population. And I don't think they needed to be, we don't need to throw shade against throw shade at North Korea. It's the best Korea, that's right. But this is what liberal intellectuals or faux intellectuals, pseudo intellectuals like Medea-san try to do. It's like they're limited hangouts. They'll say X is like a good point here, but then they'll go and say Y, and it's basically State Department propaganda. Let's throw shade at North Korea, China. Yeah, America bad, but also the victims of America are also bad. Let's not forget, And it's just like, where does that leave us? It's fence sitting. We're not going to do anything about it. Well, the world's big and complex. All these countries are bad. So, it justifies what the United States is doing. It carries water for the United States government. And that I just don't like. And you have to call that out when you see it. Pyongyang is nothing like DC. And this is another example of what Michael Parenti correctly discerned, which is that liberals will always reduce form to aesthetics. Write that down. It's the reduction of form into aesthetics, because a certain leader of a certain country plasters his face around town, or they have military pageant parades and all this stuff, and it looks, oh my goodness, it looks authoritarian. But meanwhile, they're not looking at any of the policies of this country, the actual form of the country, the actual meaningful policy decisions that are being made and enacted. And they're just saying, well, Rocket Man wears, a certain, certain clothes and has banners of his image. So he must be a dictator. It must be tyranny. And it's just, you have to dig a little bit deeper if you actually want to understand the makeup of a country and what its government is actually doing. You can't just look at the aesthetics. But you're right, 250 years, the last year of empire, it seems like. We've seen this one already. He breaks into German one.
Sir, how much did you spend on your jacket? How much did you spend on your hair gel? Sir, don't touch my camera, sir. America first or Palestine first? America or Israel first, sir? I'm just joking, sir. I'm sorry I got off to a harsh start. You're with your father, sir. We're just being funny. Leave me alone.
We are not even
Jo, du bist Deutsche. Ja, ich bin auch Deutsch. Ja, wunderschön. Haha, ihr seid Deutsche aus Deutschland. Oh, das ist super cool. Das ist richtig krass, ey. Oh, wunderbar. Wunderbar, ihr Deutschen. Die sind dumme Deutschen. Ey, Dummkopf, Dummkopf. Can we get a word on Palestine, Dummkopf? Go back to Germany, boy.
Say it. I told you.
Sir, how much did you spend?
I told you, Say it. I was going to have it by the end of the week, okay? I told you, man. Don't shake me down here in front of everyone. It's embarrassing. I'm going to get you the money. I just need another day, man. I just need one more. Just give me 24 hours. I promise. I promise I'll have it. Please? I swear, bro. I just need one more mom. I need one more date with somebody's mom. And I'll get you the money, okay? I didn't blow it all at the casino. I promise. By the way, Saeed, your money was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
Do you know how much it will cost competence? Do you know how much it will cost Americans in terms of their increased cost in gas and food over the next year because of the Iran war?
I would simply ask you what the cost is of an Iranian nuclear bomb.
I'm going to give you that opportunity.
I would simply ask you what you're playing God.
He's like, I see your grievances of the American working class, and I raise you a nuclear bomb. Well, if you're just going to go nuclear for every argument, I guess you're right. You can do anything you want, please. Imagine if the Iranians got a nuclear bomb. Would I? I mean, the real question there, Brooklyn Slaughterhouse 2056, is, have I? The answer? Surprisingly, no, I haven't. But that's not to say that she wasn't about it, if you know what I'm saying. But I don't date Jews.
Questions about domestic things. I'm not.
You're saying it's a gotcha question to ask what it's going to be in terms of the increased cost.
Why won't you answer what it costs to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear?
But you know what? Pete Keg's breath, he's not on trial right now. There's one person that's supposed to be doing the questioning here, and it's not you.
I give you that, sir. But let me.
What would it cost? What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't get a nuclear bomb? What would you pay?
What would you pay personally out of your bank account, Pete Keg's breath? Because it's funny that the costs that you're talking about, you're not bearing. You're, offloading that, of course, onto the American people. They have to bear it. We have to bear the cost for your decisions. That's how it works. But you don't care because you're not actually bearing those costs. You're benefiting. In fact, you made a lot of money off the Trump admin.
I reclaim my time. Do you not know? You had no one do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food on the American people are going to be?
What is the cost of Iran holding that straight at issue with nuclear weapons?
It's
He never wants to answer the question.
$631 billion, which means it's an increase of $5,000 a year for American households. Now, let me give you this point. You're saying that your operation is preventing a nuclear Iran. Will you acknowledge?
No, the fuck it isn't, by the way.
That there is an economic cost to the American people for doing what you believe is necessary to make Iran.
Yeah, well, you just acknowledge the fact that what you're doing will make it harder for Americans to afford the cost of living.
Denuclear. Will you acknowledge the economic cost?
We have an incredible economic team that's managing this better than
but
what the previous administration did to our economy. What the previous administration did for inflation.
Even know what the what's upsetting.
Administration did with COVID, and you're going to lecture this administration about the economy.
You know what is upsetting?
Incredible.
You didn't even do the analysis on how much it's costing the American people. It's one thing if you said, okay, it costs the American people $5,000, but we think it's worth it. That's what we've done in World War II and other wars. Here's what it costs. You got to pay for it. You don't even know what the average American is paying. You don't know what we paid in terms of the missiles that hit the Iranian school. You don't know what we're paying in terms of gas. You don't know what we're paying in terms of food. Your 25 billion number is totally off. It's the incompetence. It's the incompetence.
Cooked.
You're required to change your course. Any further attempt to sail toward Gaza places your safety at risk and leaves the IDF no choice but to take all necessary measures at its disposal to enforce the lawful maritime security blockade. It is dangerous to remain on your current course. If you continue an attempt to breach the maritime blockade, we will stop your vessel and act to seize it through legal proceedings in court. You bear full responsibility for your actions.
What?
Hi folks, it's Ethan from Students for Palestine here on the Global Samud Flotilla. We are less than a week into our journey and it seems as though interception is imminent for us.
So another Gaza flotilla interception. I'm not going to watch that because it looks like it's not safe for YouTube. NSFYT. J. Boy in Gaza finds unexploded missile. I'll take your word for it.
I have been an organic farmer in Maine since the 1970s. And no one can tell me or the other farmers here today that we can't grow food without all of these toxic chemicals.
Over 140,000 family farms will close this year, and nobody is talking about it. 140,000, guys. Why is this happening? Well, in the 1990s, Monsanto, later acquired by Bayer, introduced something called Roundup Ready crops, which are crops that are genetically engineered to resist glyphosate, which is the key ingredient in their weed killer, Roundup. This then led to a massive explosion in the use of glyphosate in factory farming, with now about 60% of total crops being treated with this pesticide. The only problem is that Roundup causes cancer, and Bayer has already had to pay tens of billions of dollars to settle these cases, which obviously is not ideal for corporate profits. In fact, Bayer is pushing a case in the Supreme Court right now that blocks people from suing them if they get cancer from Roundup. And the Trump administration is backing Bayer's bid to curb these Roundup lawsuits. And for the farmers who say, no, we don't want to chemicalize our food supply, Bayer has methodically driven them one by one out of business with the help of President Barack Obama.
What has gotten us to this point is the mergers and consolidations of ag input suppliers. In 2015, Monsanto and Bayer merged. They were competing against each other. And that was during Obama's administration. They didn't do a thing about that. They let it happen. When I started farming, we had 5 or 6 Arkansas-based seed companies. Monsanto, there's none. They're all owned by Bayer.
Point blank, they created a monopoly to poison you, and both parties are in on it. Right now, there's a farm bill, H.R. 7567, that Congress is expected to vote on this week that codifies immunity for Bayer and basically destroy organic farming going forward. We cannot allow this to pass.
You shall not pass. Monsanto.
Frontier Disciple, thank you for that super chat. Donald Trump is a fictional character played by Andy Kaufman, who faked his death in 1984. Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Well, mystery solved, I guess.
They need you to believe of humans. They need you to believe that they've already won. Listen to me. They need you to believe that they've already won because that is the only way they can actually win. You know, Bruce Lee once said that one can only be defeated once defeat has been accepted as a reality. Now, if you think he's only talking about fighting here, then obviously you're not familiar with his game. This is true about every level of every kind of competition. The most effective way to defeat an opponent is to convince them to defeat themselves in their own mind. Now, our society is...
Dude, this chatter here has been thinking about this comment for 2 hours, and he finally got it out. Congratulations.
structured as a competition. So you should be hyper vigilant about what the people who are winning, according to the rules of that competition, are asking you to believe. The world is presented to us as if the outcome is...
I have the best jeans. Thank you for noticing, Burger Herder. My jeans are straight up denim.
Inevitable, as if it's a foregone conclusion. I mean, sure, it would be nice if a full-time human job actually paid enough to provide for a full-time human life. That's unrealistic, and trying to accomplish it would lead to disastrous outcomes. I'm afraid the only realistic...
Oh, I'm sorry, no-name anonymous person. Are we boring you? Certainly, you must have, you know, all of this information already integrated into your mind, clearly, and you could spew it all back out for us better than anything that we're watching, right? License plate name. Yeah. He's so smart, he can just take the night off.
way to run things is one where I get progressively richer over time and you get progressively poorer until the point where ownership of anything at all is going to become a privilege only really afforded to a select few. And sure, it's unfortunate that inflation seems to make pretty much every asset and resource more valuable over time, except for labor, of course. That's the one resource that gets progressively less valuable.
I'm reminded of a very prescient quote that I like to share from time to time from Karl Marx, who said that in the political economy of capitalism, it is a necessary prerequisite that the underclass, not underwear, but underclass, the working class, should look upon the prevailing mode of production as a force of nature itself, as human nature itself. And I say that because he's sort of saying this, that it's not always very clear, Karl Marxing, yeah, Marx-maxing. It's not always clear in different ages of history and in the course of the development of human society. It's not very clear what forms of oppression we are living under, because it's been grinded down and we've been dispossessed for generation after generation after generation. That, you know, new people are born, they wake up in a world and it's a certain way, and so you just accept it, you know, tacitly accept it without really much resistance, because you have been indoctrinated to think that this is just human nature, this is just how things are, and it will always be, because history doesn't change, it doesn't evolve over time. And that's why I think what we're doing here is important. I think it's about educating the oppressed classes, educating the working class in this context, because it isn't evident what forms of oppression we've accepted tacitly as a part of everyday life. And I think that's something that you could look at in different ages, you know, at different times. And people, I'm sure there were feudal serfs in the 1600s that didn't think that they were oppressed. They didn't see it that way, you know. We would absolutely see that now. And yet you have to wonder, what forms of oppression have we accepted as part of everyday life and have resigned us to obedience and apathy that, you know, we've already accepted. We've you get what I'm trying to say, I think.
You know, the one that people inherently own, almost as if the competition is deliberately structured in a way that makes it progressively harder for people to utilize labor in order to acquire ownership, you know, making it so that ownership eventually becomes a privilege only afforded to a select few. I mean,
if you look at the contrivance of the capitalist system as human nature, then there's really no point in ever changing anything. It will always persist. It's like it's always been there. No, it hasn't, actually. Capitalist societies have only existed for a couple hundred years. The human race is hundreds of thousands of years old. Human civilization is like tens of thousands of years old.
The way they're presenting AI. First of all,
there's actually way more historical evidence for non-capitalist societies than there has been for capitalist societies. So clearly it's not human nature. And if another thing is, it just, you know, it always goes back to this point that the people that promote capitalism as human nature, they can never answer this point. They can never answer the question, if you sincerely believe that capitalism is human nature, why do we need a system that forces and mandates and enshrines into law human nature under the, you know, with the fear of perhaps breaking the law of human nature if we are to go against it. And another point to add to that is that if you do believe that capitalism is human nature, why do we need a system that rewards, incentivizes greed and sociopathy? Why would you want to play into that system? Why would, if it's just human nature, why do we want a system that rewards, incentivizes the worst aspects of human nature? Why not at least have a system that's predicated or formulated or founded upon collaboration, making sure that everyone's needs are met? Why not try to enforce better aspects of human nature, different behavior, especially if you think that sociopathy is just human nature? Seems like then we need to do a lot to like combat that, right? That's no way for a society to persist and sustain itself.
It's the future. It's inevitable. It's just going to happen. It's a foregone conclusion. Never mind that they're being heavily subsidized, spending tremendous amounts of collective resources and spending tremendous amounts of labor, your resource, in order to forcibly make it happen. They're also telling you that it's going...
So you tell us your phone number, but it's got like 10 numbers in it, which are not phone numbers. Because if this is true, I'm calling you right now.
To make you redundant. They're putting the idea in your head that you've already lost. You have become worthless to human civilization. Imagine that. Imagine trying to convince a human that they have no value to human civilization. The purpose of a human civilization is to create a healthy, productive environment for humans. If a human job doesn't pay well enough to provide for a human life, then the thing that is failing to contribute to society is the job, not the human. And the job creator providing that job is subtracting value from human society, not providing it. Because the purpose of human society is to provide for humans. And if a technology emerges that replaces...
Good night to you, Constitution.
...the role of humans within the economy, then the thing that's become redundant is the economy, not the human. Because the purpose of the economy, which is an aspect of society, is to provide for humans. Now, whether or not AI is actually capable of...
It's not to enrich the baby eaters?
Replacing human labor is not really as relevant as the fact that they want you to believe that it is. They want you to believe that you have nothing of value to contribute because they want you to believe that they have already won. So I need you to believe that they haven't. I need you to believe that we will stand up for ourselves, that we will recognize our own value, that we will craft a society that is actually trying to create a healthy and productive environment for humans. I need you to believe that we've already won, because that's the only way we can actually win. They need you to believe...
we should behave like we already won, because then I'm going on break, man. I'm hanging up the cleats. If we've already won, I'm just gonna go play the piano. But no, he's eternally based. That guy always is on point with it all. Look at this. I hate this guy, Mario Nafool. He says, anti-Semitism is becoming a very serious global issue. All caps. I said, from Elon's anus to Mario's mouth. Which is, you know, where he gets his talking points. Of course, it's all to impress Daddy Elon. This guy who follows me says, you missed the perfect opportunity to say, have you tried crying about it? So I said, have you tried crying about me not saying, have you tried crying about it? Have you? And hilarity ensued. Mario awful. He's a fun... I'm surprised I haven't gotten blocked by him yet. Ryan Dawson, 35 minutes ago, this war restart is going to be an absolute disaster for the U.S. Everybody's predicting. Wait, so this is real? We don't know if this is a real footage or not. Grok says modern AI videos can be virtually indistinguishable from real ones, making it tough to tell for sure from visuals alone. From the frames, natural icon, well, we know Grok lies. In fact, didn't we missed one of our favorite forms of content? Where is this? Yeah. We never did get to this. AI tells me there's one E in 17. Let's see.
How many E's are in the word 17?
There are no E's in the word 17. Even though it sounds like it might, the letters are S-E-V-E-N-T-E-N, so it has 3 E's, not 0. I misspoke initially.
Wait, the thing said 0 E's in 17, and then he spelled it out, and then there's 4 E's in 17, but he said there's 3.
No, wait, I just counted there's 4.
You're totally right. I counted them again, and there are indeed 4 E's in 17.
No, wait, I just counted, and now there's 5, actually.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Let's break it down carefully. The letters in 17 are S-E-V-E-N-T-E-E-N, so you're right, there are 5 E's. Thanks for your patience on that.
No, wait,
you're right, there's 5 E's.
Just counted, and there's 20.
There's 20!
I get what you mean. It's super easy to lose track. Let's slow down. I'll list them out. The letters in 17 are S-E-V-E.
Yeah, it has a smart voice, but just the voice sounds smart. The words coming out of the smart voice is anything but intelligent.
E-E-N, so that's actually 5 again, not 20. If I'm missing something, just let me know.
Oh, wait, there's actually only 2.
No worries. Yeah, you're absolutely right this time. There are just 2 E's in 17.
No, wait, there's 1. There's only 1.
Okay. I see what you mean now. Yes, there's only 1 E in 17. I really appreciate your patience while we sorted that out.
Thanks, because I wasn't sure.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Pete Hegseth just accused U.S. troops of spreading falsehoods against him. The coping continues. Those service members accused Hegseth of moving them to a completely undefended location in Kuwait, where 6 U.S. soldiers were killed in a retaliatory Iranian strike. He's done, says Max Blumenthal. God, I hope this is true.
Maximized across the theater.
Let's talk about what defenses they had. Prior to the attack, officers on the ground knew our troops were vulnerable. In fact, they requested additional force protection. Did they receive it?
Wherever humanly possible, force protection and counter UAS was always made available.
They did not. In fact, when asked to describe the base's defense, one survivor who's come forward from the unit said, quote,
I mean, let me ask you something, because I know some of y'all are complaining that the audio is too low. But do y'all hear these little update sounds? Can y'all hear that? Okay. So what that tells me is that my volume is actually being controlled to the stream via Windows, because I'm using my headphones as the source. So it should sound louder to you now. I hope. Please stop. Oh, yeah, sure. More? Okay, fine. I'm going to stop then. Golly, I think my cat just took a shit in this room. My goodness. It smells especially like Dookie right now. Oh man, it travels. Because his litter box isn't even in this room. But somehow he finds a way. He's like 3 pounds, right? My goodness. I don't know it was my cat. It could be me. I have to check my diaper, but I'm pretty sure I'm clean. What happened with the open window and the party on Tuesday? You weren't invited, okay? That's what happened. Because you don't get invited to the parties. No, that I don't know. I really don't know. Somebody was just playing music, okay? It happens. Doesn't mean there was a party. What did the 2 guys with diarrhea say when they got to the party? Does anybody know? The 2 guys with diarrhea said, "Let's get this party sharded." Thank you. I'll be here all night.
Quote, I mean, I would put it in the none category. From a drone defense capability, none. So let's be clear, no counter-drone capabilities, no counter-rocket systems, no counter-mortar or counter-artillery, not even the basic overhead protection that you and I had.
I had to do it. It was a 2-for-1 deal. What do you want from me?
20 years ago in Iraq, and now...
God damn. Dude, it really is bad. I'm going to go take a look at this shit.
6 of our soldiers are dead. The next day, you downplayed the attack. You said it was a squirter that squeaked through fortified defenses. But since then, thankfully, brave survivors have
Did this motherfucker... Wait, did he just say a squirter? We got a squirter? Oh, boy. Wait, so is the sound working okay? Is it louder now? It should be louder. Let's go back to that squirt comment.
The next day, you downplayed the attack. You said it was a squirter that squeaked through fortified defenses.
I think he was talking about his underwear. He's like, I got a squirter.
But since then, thankfully, brave survivors have come forward to set the record straight. One of our surviving soldiers told...
Okay, how about that? Come on. All right, here, let's do like a little A/B test, okay? I know it's probably working a lot better now. Listen.
Told CBS, quote, painting a picture that one squeaked through is a falsehood.
Dude, why didn't you guys tell me all this time at the end of our stream? You know how important our time is together each night? And this is how you do me? You gotta let me know if there's audio issues. Especially if you can't hear the clips. What's the point? I think my cat had a squirter. No, I'm not gonna give you another hour. It's your fault, not mine. All right, so let me ask you this now. If I'm gonna turn down my desktop audio, and you tell me if it's a lot lower, okay?
Another said the unit was, quote, unprepared to provide any defense for itself.
All right, now was that audio a lot lower? It was still okay? So maybe that doesn't affect it.
It was not a fortified
So that's not louder, what you're hearing now? I'm going to stop. I know I'm annoying people.
position. Another survivor said the building's protection was about as weak as one gets.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Secretary Hegseth, that is obviously in direct contradiction to what you said from the Pentagon podium the next day. So are you saying that these soldiers, our soldiers, who survived this horrific attack are lying?
What I'm saying is before the commencement of the conflict, we put in maximum defensive posture we could.
That's a direct
We moved
contradiction to
70
what they said,
in this directing. Can I speak, or are you just going to monologue falsehoods all over the place?
Oh, all over the place. Shut up, you bitch.
We moved 7,500 troops off of the
Reclaiming
X
my
based
time.
on the intel.
Stop.
based on the
Stop it.
Reclaiming my time.
Because you yell doesn't make you right.
Oh man, he's standing up in the face of injustice. Piss drunk Pete is taking a stand, folks. Just because you yell doesn't make it right.
Just because you yell doesn't make you right.
I'm reclaiming my time on behalf of these survivors. You just said what they said is a falsehood.
There's a much larger picture. There's a
Can we stop saying falsehood? Can you just say lie?
much larger picture at play here that included integrated air defenses, bunkers, moving people off the
Then why,
X
Mr.
to
Secretary,
ensure
are
that they
they
were
dead?
not part of the target. We moved those troops and all across the theater, thousands of troops off the X, off of their bases, because we knew what Iran was going to try to strike, and we knew there could be a tragic moment.
No
there could be a
answer, Mr.
tragic moment where
Secretary.
something
Again.
could get through. Of
Again.
course, that's the
I'm
consequence of
reclaiming my
conflict,
time.
and we
Again.
remember those 6 every single day.
I want to finish.
But don't play games with.
I'm not playing games.
raising
I want to
your voice
finish
and
with
Games with what?
one more quote from a survivor of the attack, and I put this on the record. Telling the truth is important.
Yeah, why are we talking about this? The fucking Dow is kicking ass right now.
And we're not going to learn from these mistakes if we pretend these mistakes didn't happen. Secretary Hegseth, those soldiers told the truth. Those soldiers are braver than you are.
I commend them.
They are asking for accountability. They deserve accountability, and I'm asking for the same, starting
Yeah, there's bullshit on the screen. There's cat shit in the air.
with you. And as I said a year ago, you need to resign immediately.
I commend those
And I
soldiers.
yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
There's so many fecal particles in the air tonight.
Let's talk,
maximized
Mr.
across
Secretary.
Asked if he thinks Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza, Obama accuses the questioner of not following the rules and says there are disasters and catastrophes everywhere. Thanks, Obama. Obama is a historically inconsequential former president who believes in nothing but his own celebrity.
But here's the I'm happy to talk about this.
Cat, got your tongue. Doesn't sound like you're too happy to talk about it.
If it's a part of the question, but again, some rules around how we talk. Well, yes, there are disasters and catastrophes everywhere, sir.
Everywhere. There are disasters and catastrophes everywhere. What is he making a false equivalence to the Gaza genocide with anything else? Is there anything else that we've seen, anything like this in our lifetime? It's the biggest, most consequential event of our time. It's the most galvanizing issue of our day. And he's like, yeah, let's make a false equivalence. Just say it's shit's happening everywhere. It's just, whataboutism. What about that?
Please.
Oh, look at that. Remember when he was like, hope? Can we go back to 2008? Oh, it was so much better then. I believed every word. Now look, he's getting trolled on his little book tour. Because the liberal order that he champions is being destroyed as we speak. Pepe Escobar writes, instant karma gonna get you all. The instant connection between Arakchi and St. Petersburg and the Putin-Trump phone call. Yeah, so apparently after this meeting that Arakchi had with Putin, Trump calls Putin. They talk for like 2 hours or so. Arakchi personally told Putin what Iran's response will be if Trump restarts the war. Then Putin warned Trump of very serious consequences. That's like a major deal. The fact that Putin is warning Trump at this point, and we know that Putin and Russia are they basically have pledged their allegiance and alliance and support with the Iranians. Benjamin Netanyahu released a post that said taking off the masks, and it's an AI video, even though it's not stated in the post. Netanyahu was the first to propose to Mahmoud Abbas to participate in his government. He brought down the Bennett-Lapid government with the help of the vote from the TB's party. So he's trying to paint his challenger, Naftali Bennett, as, I don't know, a Hamas supporter, as a Palestine supporter, a race to the bottom in the most racist society on the planet. Your choice for leader is literally Satan and Satan's asshole. Choose wisely. Okay, I guess a point for Henry Ford. Says Starch Manning. He figured it out when he doubled his workers' pay. If you pay people enough, they have money to buy your products and you will profit. Bezos, Musk figured to dodge taxes, build dick rockets. If you think Charlie Kirk was shot with a 30-06, you're a fucking he was assassinated by Israel with a shape charge. Now, I never heard that word, shape charge. What is a shape charge, chatters? Oh my goodness, why did I play that clip? That was so dumb. That was really dumb. Isn't this a gaming channel? Oh my god, you stream one night a video game called Red Dead Redemption, and people they just don't understand. No, this is not a gaming channel. Don't be gay, Mur. Recap and update. Pepe Escobar says the barbarous dominance of the Persian Gulf is collapsing. He calls the United States barbaria. I'm here for it. In St. Petersburg, Russia's got Iran's Bach. SCO, everybody was on the defense ministers meeting in Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, China, India, Iran, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Russia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. Iranian Deputy Defense Minister Reza Taleghani. We are ready to transfer experience in defeating the U.S. to other SCO members. Iran reaffirmed as a key geostrategic hub for Russia, China, and Eurasia integration. From the Russia-led international north-south transportation corridor to the Chinese New Silk Roads. Thank you. Speaking of roads, well, Volros. Thank you for becoming a new member to the stream. Don't forget to tap that like button, good boys and girls. And if you enjoy my content, become a member for the YouTube page, because you will enjoy unparalleled, unfettered access to all of my live stream uploads. And that is a privilege bestowed only to the latest and greatest YouTube members. China and Russia are reaffirming their comprehensive strategic partnerships with Iran. Iran is the first line of defense to protect China from an American energy blockade. And Iran also protects Russia's underbelly in the North Caucasus. That's right. Everyone in the SCO is fully aware that barbaria is all about no holds barred, divide and rule on Eurasia. Yeah. SCO, BRICS, Russia, Iran, China are reaffirmed as the new Primakov Triangle. The fateful triangle. All right, I just want to do one more thing. I just want to take in Haz Al-Din was on Jake Shields. Let's see if we can find it. Yep, 6 hours ago. All right, it's like way too long, but Let's just catch a little glimpse of it and see if it titillates us.
To the system. So culture thing, we don't...
Damn, I can't find a starting point.
Oh, we're live. I'm here with Hawes, the communist.
That was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's a communist?
They just kind of started it on us, so we can do a cut if we need to. But
For sure.
What's your position in the Communist Party?
I'm the executive chairman.
Of the American Communist Party, correct?
Yep.
You know that you're the third member of that party. Very few people on the left will come on my show, but the third member of the American Communist Party. I like you guys.
Yeah, we kind of just like don't have the cancel culture thing. We don't have like the political correctness. And so we can disagree with people about history and all these other kind of things, but we still believe that materially speaking.
Thank you, ZMC. Shape charges are created to force the explosion in a specific... I mean, yeah, that's what I figured. I'd like to see the whole theory concerning the Charlie Kirk assassination, how that relates, how that would have went down. Was the shape charge just like planted on his person somehow?
Americans do need to talk to each other about their different perspectives, as long as we have core principles, which are like, I think even you would agree on what an important principle would be. Like, for example, it's so easy for us to sell out to the system.
Yes, to sell out for money.
They're waving the $7,000 checks in everyone's faces. There's so much of an incentive to just be on board with whatever the agenda is because they are in power. They're in power. They have the money, and we're independent. We speak our conscience, right?
And that's one thing that's important. I talk to guys like you. Like, we're not going to agree on everything, but I can see you're not a bad person. We hung out last night. We were laughing. I called Eddie. I'm like, hey, is this guy serious? Does he have a sense of humor? Because you look all serious with your guns. Eddie's like, no, he's cool.
Yeah.
Like, we got along great. It's like, you want America to be better. We might not agree in every detail, but we can see the current system is completely screwing us right now. And
why should people like you and I have a conflict?
Yeah.
While they get away, while they're ruling us.
Each other.
Right, exactly.
But then I hang out with you. I'm like, you're cool. We're laughing, having a good time last night.
That's like that. I don't know if you heard of that whole thing of like in Italy, the years of lead, where basically like the CIA and NATO deep state were like promoting intense factional violence among, the extreme left and the extreme right. Meanwhile, they were consolidating full power for the neoliberals, the banksters, and all these people. And then that's how Italy today is just ruled by
the banking class.
Absolutely.
We're going to agree on that part, that the banking class, there's these scum ruling over us. I do think we should add real quick that you differentiate yourself from a lot of these communists, like the Antifa, the left wing. They have put the trans flag on their communist flag. You guys don't really get along at all, right? They don't like you. For the most part, you probably a little bit reach over.
No, they don't. And to be clear, I've been a communist, or I've been investigating communism since I was 12 years old, right? And then this new thing that came after 2015, 2016 of people calling themselves Antifa, wearing masks and all this kind of stuff. People like me don't know where these people came from.
That's more recent, huh?
That's absolutely recent. And, this specific extreme political correctness, this like extreme liberal whatever, I mean, that was never associated. I know old communists. I know people who actually come from that legacy. And all of us are just kind of sitting here like, where did that come from?
I think the only reason I'm called right-wing is because I'm against the political correctness. So that makes me far right.
We were kind of talking about that yesterday, right?
Yeah, but no, it doesn't.
And you told me something that was so interesting. It's like when you were around with Occupy Wall Street, you would probably consider yourself more left-wing, right?
Yeah, because I agreed with what they were doing.
Right, but then
the bankers.
But they brought this...
Yeah, because it has to do with the economy. It doesn't have to do with cultural BS. That's not left-wing, right-wing. Left-wing, right-wing is about the principal argument between the two is over the organization of the economy. That's left and right. It has nothing to do with cultural stuff. It's literally a material contradiction. It's not about how you feel about trans people or whatever.
Crazy identity politics where they were saying, okay, if you're white, that's a problem.
Yes.
If you're a man, that's a problem. If you're straight, that's the issue, right? And so there was all this energy and outrage toward the banks when we bailed them out under Obama.
Rightfully so.
Rightfully, absolutely. And then all of a sudden, people started pouring in shifting and diverting people's energy to the identity politics.
Yeah. So that made me rotate towards the right, even though the core, it's just these stupid things, which these do matter. Don't get me wrong. Of course they matter, but it's a distraction, I realized.
No, it was fun because if we're
Bro, your name is Hotspur, okay? You're the gayest one here, okay? Methinks the Hotspur doth protest a little bit gaily too much.
all on the same page about banding together and challenging the people who control all of our wealth, all of our finances, and all of our politicians are like the authority, right? Because we live under
them versus us.
Absolutely, right.
Yeah, and just real quick for Occupy Wall Street, I'm not going to get into it. People that don't know, but they basically, the banks, they engineered it. We're giving out loans people couldn't pay back, and they would just take their homes back. But then they did it to so many people, the homes came worth less than they'd owed. So they're like, oh shit, the banks are
hot squirts. That's right. He's a hot squirter.
Gonna lose money. What do? They go to Congress. They get bailed out with trillions of dollars.
I'm gonna start calling them hot spooge.
They get bonuses while we lose our homes. Just sick.
We don't spend any money on infrastructure. We don't spend any money taking care of our own people. They're so fringy and stingy when it comes to that. But it's
saggy granny titties. And look at the effort that went into evading censorship on YouTube just to get this comment to the surface so that I could say it for you. There, I've granted your wish. Saggy granny titties. I'm guessing they're not that perky.
As soon as it came to bailing out these banks that failed on the free market, you know, they're handing out trillions.
It's communism for them, capitalist for us.
That's it. Yeah.
So they get the bailouts, we don't.
Boom. Nice. Jake Shields. All right, let's go.
So, like, you know, we communists we respond to that by saying, okay, well, since this is how the system is, why can't it work for us?
Yeah. Well, I think it's important that I add before we get into explaining communism. I tried finding someone to debate you because I'm not super knowledgeable on this thing. So I'm going to give a little pushback, but not a lot.
I love how humble Jake Shields is. Like he just strikes me as a reasonable person in conversation. He's like, look, this wasn't my bag. I'm a fighter, but obviously I'm a citizen of a country with definite political aims, and I have opinions about it, but I don't know everything, you know?
So you're going to let you tell your story. I want someone to debate you still. People were pulling out like crazy. It really shocked me when you said, oh, it's going to be hard to find someone to debate me. I'm like, yeah, sure.
Dude, it really is. Haz al-Din is an excellent debater. You might call him a master debater, in fact.
Big name debater said no.
Yeah, I try to be...
I want to start debating about communism versus capitalism. Who wants to debate me? I want to be a masterbater. I'm sorry, wait, that come out wrong. Came. Shit, I've arrived. Wait, don't clip that.
Charitable and say there's a lot of unknowns debating me because I come from a perspective, Eddie comes from a perspective that doesn't fit within the like Obama era or Trump era fake polarization that was created, where people on the left are extremely sensitive, identity politics types, and then people on the right can tell funny jokes.
Right.
That's such a stupid divide.
Well, people try saying you're too crazy, we'll yell over them. You don't seem like, to me, it doesn't seem like any of that's true. I even said, like, no, I'll make sure.
I arrived all over your face.
That's, I'm a fighter. I'll be like, no one's yelling at each other. People are like, oh, no, he's too crazy. But
no,
people, they really don't want to debate.
Whoa, Volros, right in the head and the ass. Double your pleasure, double your fun.
People remember the debates that I have where I yell. And if you look at those...
In the head and the ass at the same time, simultaneously? Wow.
Those debates, almost every time I'm losing my temper, it's because they are like being extremely disrespectful. Yeah. Right?
All right, you're right. Let's pull it together, guys. I'm sorry, we've got our hall monitor here, JJX. Our resident parole officer, the cop on the beat, making sure that we're not devolving into debauchery.
But
fair.
Everyone ignores the debates that I have where I'm completely calm and civil. No, everyone pretends those don't happen. Even though
So
I would
you're
say,
matching their energy.
I match their energy, absolutely. And you know, okay, I have a temper, whatever. I'll admit that.
Yeah, it's all right.
But it's just like I can't just be like disrespected and spit on.
Don't like people disrespect me either.
Right, straight up. But like most of the debates I have, I would say are pretty like chill. They're pretty calm. And when the other person's civil, I commit to being civil as well, right? Regardless of whatever views that they have.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll be able to put some debates forwards in the future. But let's just start with, let's give your definition of communism, because sometimes I think we have different ideas of what it is.
Yeah, so I would say that fundamentally what communism is about, right, is it's the basic demand of the majority of a population to put in command of the economic principles that make life possible, make a way of life possible, make our ability to earn a living, to have families, and so on, that the commanding principle should be that of the common good, more or less. So that's my simplistic definition. And a lot of people don't know that communism comes before Marx.
Really?
So, yeah. When
so he wasn't the inventor of communism?
No, not at all.
No, because communism was not an invention. He's, you know, Marx observed communism.
Interesting.
In fact, when Marx wrote...
It's like saying Newton invented gravity. No, he observed and was able to articulate the scientific principle of gravity.
The Communist Manifesto, the first opening lines are, "A specter is haunting Europe." Why? Because even before Marx's time, there was a Red Scare before Marx's time. Like the way we have a Red Scare now, in a way where people are like, oh, you know, communism is this boogeyman or whatever. We can put a face on it and say that's Marx. But in Marx's time, people were still getting freaked out by communism, but there was no face on it. And I'll tell you why. Because that was a time where people's traditional ways of life, most people...
I was trying to get to Communistan, but I landed in Jihadistan instead. It's your fault, Saeed.
People had their own land. They had.
Why are you waging a jihad against me, Saeed? The right wing, left wing always is about the same chicken that been swing. Yeah, Shabbat Shalom, bitches. Every Saturday we're swinging chickens live, cooking at the Noticerie, baby.
Traditional way of life where they just could raise a family, whatever. There was a rhythm to life, so to speak. There was a predictability, right? But then what ended up happening is that through debt, people's land started to get expropriated in something called, because they owed money. So they went bankrupt, and the capitalists or landlords would come in and gobble up their land. And that was something in England, it was called the enclosures, right? Where basically people that were living on common land suddenly found themselves living...
It got privatized. Privatization is the great evil of our society.
On private land.
People kind of bought it out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, right. It used to be private. It used to be just
like
common
kind of
land.
Israel, Palestine, like, oh, we bought this land.
Exact process. It was the exact...
but the tragedy of the commons, as every libertarian likes to tell us.
Exact thing is what's going on in Palestine. And as a matter of fact, Marx earned his first bit of fame when he was a journalist reporting on something. I don't know. I don't want to bore people, but this is important.
Yeah.
It was on the theft of wood in the Brandenburg Forest, I believe it was called, in Germany.
How dare you steal my wood? That's hard wood that I worked hard for.
So there was these peasants in Germany that for hundreds and hundreds of years, when branches would fall on the ground from trees, they would go and collect the branches. It was implicitly understood this is all common.
Yeah, they've already fallen down.
They've fallen down. It's all we own it together, right?
No, Saeed. Privacy and privatization are two separate words. I thought that you understood the concept of different words having different meanings. But clearly, you polish it twice a day? That's it? Saeed, those are rookie numbers. You really got to pump those numbers.
And it was crucial for them to heat their homes. This wood, it was like where they would get their energy from, right? Yeah. Suddenly, because of capitalistic reforms that happened in Prussia, Parliament wanted to introduce, or the whatever it was called, they were trying to introduce a new law privatizing that land, saying when they're picking up that wood, it's actually theft.
Wow.
And, you know, I'm mentioning this because in this day and age, isn't that kind of sound familiar?
Wood thieves.
Right? where there's so many things that we used to just have
they charge
for
they,
free.
They want to charge us.
What exactly has he said that you have taken issue with? Could you just can you articulate with, rather than just being disgusted with things that maybe you don't understand, maybe you do, but if you do, prove it to us. Tell us, what has this person said that has given you brain rot? I would really like to know what do you take issue with? And I mean that genuinely. I'm meaning that sincerely. It's not a trap. You said this. You're losing brain cells. Why?
For water and like...
That's what I mean. They just start enclosing it, and then suddenly it's no longer free. You have to pay for it, right? It's commodified.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's like, because all of this stuff was happening in Europe, right? The rise of capitalism, people could
guys shedding the 3 brain cells he had left.
No longer afford their traditional way of life. If you're
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, exactly. If you're a peasant, you're collecting what? Okay, now you're stealing.
Yeah, it's like this guy is explaining Jewish usury and why it's bad, and this chatter's like, I have brain rot listening to this man. Okay, so you like usury? Sounds pretty Jewish to me.
Now you're living on land. Now the land is private property owned by someone.
It's like this guy's articulating the policies of the hand rubbing intensifies. Ooh, those people need wood. Oh, those people need land. Oh, those people need water, air, resources. Well, how do we profitize off that?
Pay to afford it anymore.
And this guy's like, I don't want to hear this. I like when they do that. I have brain rot. Why would you stand against that?
So what ended up happening is the majority of people became proletarians, right? A proletarian is somebody who owns nothing except the labor that they have that they could sell. So doesn't that remind you of today, where people's traditional way of life was completely disrupted because of 2008 and other things?
Yeah.
They can no longer afford homes. They can no longer afford to basically get by in a, the white picket fence, American dream kind of style way. Now they're going and doing Uber, and they're doing DoorDash, and they're doing gig services.
A lot of grandmas and stuff. A lot of people are really struggling right now. It's some of these people are out of touch.
Yeah.
They don't realize people can barely put gas in their car. It's tough times.
So the same thing that was happening then is now happening today, just in a different way, and primarily driven by automation and AI, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why I think Marxism is important, in a way, or what Marx was at least trying to talk about and write about. We find parallels between that and what's going on now, right? So communism...
If you're in the working class, like, you should be saying, thank you, Karl Marx. Thank you for articulating our interest, our class interest, for speaking, these ideas and sharing this knowledge and educating people, like we were talking about earlier, because it's not evident what systems of oppression we're living under. It's that we've tacitly accepted without even thinking. Everyone owes a debt of gratitude to the work of this man. And I'm not, that's coming from me, who has at one point in my life, been averse to the words Marxism. And, I used to be the kind of a person who's like, oh, ism. Oh, I don't believe. It's like Ferris Bueller, like, I don't believe in isms. But, that's a silly position to take for all kinds of reasons, which we won't get into. But what he did was, something that had never been done before. And he's armed us. He's armed us with intellectual self-defense. And he's given us, and it's not just him, that it's a whole tradition, a whole working class tradition that is behind it and in front of it. And there's been a lot of successful Marxists, and if you don't, you can't escape being some sort of ism, no matter what. You have a thinking mind, therefore you have ideas, therefore there are ideologies. So just saying that, like, oh, to hell with all of these isms, well, then you're basically a nihilist. That's still an ism. You're an organism. That's right. Thank you, Time to Duck. Wow. Everybody clap for this guy. That's good.
In the midst of all this was this growing sentiment among the population, even before Marx, that was saying, hey, this is bullshit. You know, we need to change the property relations, this thing about turning everything into private property and stuff, and we need to restore a principle of the common good, and we need to kind of restore or at least acquire some kind of sense of, you know, common welfare and common existence that we have clearly lost, right? Because like we can no longer sustainably get by anymore, right?
It's kind of pointing that direction now. And there's ridiculous things. I'll use the example from yesterday, the hotel. We had a $53 resort fee. And like, isn't the hotel price? Like, what is that 50? All the hotels in Vegas have that. What does that cover? So you could use their pool? Shouldn't the
It's the financialization of capital. It's literally all of these profits. Traditionally speaking, when you turn a profit off of a product, that's because you created some value. You know, it contributes to the GDP. It's a product that has intrinsic utilitarian value. Whereas now with the banks and how the privatized capitalist system works, they're now making profits off of things that don't contribute anything of value. It's actually purely extractive. And I think that's what he's referring to. And I think of it more in like bank fees, which are completely arbitrary. They charge you for being poor. You don't have money. They charge you more money for not having money. There's all kinds of little hidden taxes and hidden fees just for using the service that are completely arbitrary, and they don't produce anything of value. Like I said, it's completely parasitic. And that's called finance capitalism. That's called the financialization of capital.
Hotel price cover that?
And and the way they jack up rents all the time,
they can
no matter what it is.
Yeah, they'll call you, like these apartment buildings do it. I've lived in. They'll just raise it.
Even subscription services. Every
so a lot of times it makes more sense to move because they try raising it so much. They're just greedy, trying to suck. And I agree with you this aspect. That's what I'm talking. We're going to disagree on some things, but I agree with you.
Basically, like
greed.
People in power felt guilty in a way, or they knew that what they were doing they couldn't get away with forever. So they created a Red Scare even before Marx existed, you know, the boogeyman of communism, so that anytime somebody raised an objection to what was going on, anytime somebody said, you know, the current direction of society or how it's being driven and how it's developing is unfair to the majority of people, they would say...
Yeah, it's like you say that, they'll say communism is Jewish. You're like, I think that we could improve society somewhat. Well, communism is Jewish. You sound like a Jew.
Communism. You want to communalize everything. You want everyone to share everything. All the same arguments that we were taught in classrooms growing up in America about communism with the Red Scare. Even before Marx wrote the Communist Manifesto, the elites, the people the landlords, the capitalists, they were pushing the same straw man. Because people aren't demanding that we all share a toothbrush.
Yeah.
And all these ridiculous things, sharing wives and all this nonsense.
Yeah, I want to get into some of this.
Right.
Things that I think I disagree with. Hear your perspective.
But like from the beginning, it was like, you're a communist. It was a boogeyman word, right?
No, it is. It still is today. It's used as a bud word. So people I'm picking a communist airport, they're like, what?
What Marx and co. did is they said, okay, this is your boogeyman word. We're going to embrace that. Because we need a comprehensively revolutionary position against the status quo, which is fundamentally incompatible with human dignity. So they proudly adopted the label communist, right? Which had been a boogeyman, scary word in Europe at the time. And they said, okay, we are the communists. We do believe in a comprehensively revolutionary change that needs to happen because society does not work for human beings, you know?
It's not working right now in America. I think anyone can kind of see that. Times are tough. Like, what was it, 6 months ago or something? I think they cut the food stamps, and I have a house I rent out. The girl called me all stressed out. She's asking if she could get $50 off because she couldn't afford to like feed her kids. I'm like, just take the month off. She started like crying because like,
and people are using a new app called Klarna.
People are so greedy.
You heard of that? The Klarna thing.
You mentioned it yesterday. What's it do?
It's like people can no longer afford like food and stuff. So basically, there's this new app that they have to
Is a subscription service or something?
Yeah, that they're using to just like take out short-term loans, basically to eat.
No, when you realize like I'm not rich, but I'm doing okay. But when you hear someone saying I'm trying to feed my kids $50, it's like just give them a little more. People are too greedy. They never want to like. If you have a little extra, it doesn't hurt to give someone sometimes.
And yeah, I mean, you know, the thing that Marx introduced to communism was he emphasized something that I think is pretty fundamental, which is our society is just no longer human.
Yeah,
this is not for human beings.
No, it's not.
Human beings have kids. Human beings
we can't afford them.
We can't afford them. So what is this for? It's clearly not for human beings. It's for some other principle.
It's the communism. It's like capitalist for us, communist for. They take everything.
Yeah,
So I don't know how you word that, but they take everything.
And they are not even building a human society. They are worshiping mammon. And now
it's like we're cattle.
Exactly, we're cattle now. And then now the highest circles of the ruling elite even openly say they want to just create an AI that's going to replace humanity.
Yeah, they don't even hide it.
They don't.
Let me get into something that we might disagree on, right? Okay, I'd like to start businesses, working hard. I do think we should like share a little, but I do think people should make completely different amounts of money. I think you should be able to start businesses. You know,
that's why communism is based on the principle of to each according to their needs, from each according to their ability, which spells it out perfectly, right? It's like whatever you contribute, you know, that people that work harder than others will get more. That's not the system that we live in. You work hard, you get less. It goes to somebody that doesn't work at all. And his name is usually Weinstein or Levin Burger or Guggenheimer.
Having employees, some people are a lot better worker than others. So I think maybe everyone deserves a job that wants to work, but I think we're also not equal. So what are your thoughts, and how does communism or your version of communism deal with stuff like that?
I don't mean to sound like a religious fanatic constantly quoting the scripture, but funnily enough, Marx and Engels were the ones who insisted on the fact that human beings are not equal.
Yeah.
They said human beings have different skills. Human beings are physically different. They have different mental capacities.
Too.
Absolutely. They said equality actually is an outdated term that comes from the bourgeoisie, right? Because, you know, they created this framework of democracy and universal equality before the law, where we're all equal before the law, which is a good principle, right?
For the law, we'll be equal, but
for the
we're
law,
not
right.
all equal.
And then they said, for communists, equality is not really the fundamental principle because we are actually different, right?
Yeah.
But I think the point is we should allow our differences to manifest in a natural way, rather than in because, for example, dynastic monopolistic control by force is not, you know, the assertion of natural skill differences. I think there's a lot of talent and natural skill that's actually being suppressed because of the system, right?
Yeah.
Because of the institutions. But you do raise a good point, which is, well, what about initiative? What about entrepreneurship?
Yeah.
What about the ability to break away from the norm of what people are doing and, you know, have the resources and the ability to experiment, to do something new? Now, I don't think that's incompatible with communism at all. In fact, I would say something people would find very shocking. Entrepreneurship is not incompatible with communism. All entrepreneurship means is you're going to take the initiative, you're going to take an enterprising initiative to be more efficient economically and create economically, right? And communists don't want to eliminate that. You know?
Would you all make the same amount of money, or is there
No. There's
so under your communism, we're not all getting paid exactly the same amount.
Absolutely not. There's no. I mean,
Okay,
people have
that's very reasonable.
People have different. Look, if someone is using resources in an efficient way, they should be given more resources.
Yeah, it's like I work a lot harder than most people. And it's like I'm not like greedy, but I feel like if I'm doing a lot more work, why should I equally share the money with someone who's not? But I also think I don't want my fellow men to live in poverty either.
That's what I mean. It's like, you know,
that's why the easiest thing is just to say that industries that are essential for human survival should not be for profit. Healthcare, the transportation system, education, housing, food, basic human survival needs should not be for profit. Human survival needs should not be a for-profit industry. It doesn't mean you can't have private entrepreneurship in the commodities market for whatever industry, but there are certain essential aspects of our society that should be safeguarded against private tyranny and for-profit in a for-profit system.
Certain level, the majority of the inequality in our society is
that's what China gets right.
Simply an inequality between individuals, although that's a very big problem, I would say. You know, when you have some people that can't afford to feed their kids,
No, that is a problem.
and then some people that just like are just wastefully just buying 20 yachts.
You're
and,
going,
and-
sometimes it was a $300 million yacht.
Right.
That guy was actually cool, but sometimes these clubs will buy bottles and like pour out champagne. It's disgusting.
Right. I think that's
50,000 bottles and
I
they're
think
just throwing
I think
it.
that's
It's
like
sick.
that's like a cultural problem mainly. I think though, economically speaking, the main inequality has to do with the immense concentration.
How do we enforce it? Through violence
of power and leverage in institutions that don't have.
how do things get enforced today? I mean, it's just as easily as the government is able to enforce capitalist tyranny. You know, they can enforce the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Our best interests at heart, right?
Yeah.
Like BlackRock and these
Yes,
financial.
these are a problem.
Yeah, but they don't operate on a principle. Despite owning and controlling the majority of all the wealth that we have, they don't care about us. You know what I mean?
At all.
At all. Right, at all.
They hate us, I would say.
And they still depend on us.
That's right. Michael Jackson was right.
By the way, they depend on us because we're giving them the data. We're giving them our data. We're giving them our labor.
We have to seize control of the state machinery. That's how you enforce the policies.
We're the ones who are producing.
We just do what the capitalists are doing. Engineer, public policy by controlling the U.S. government.
Like the things that they're gobbling up and stealing in the first place. And yet, even though we are like the raw material and the source of the wealth, they don't care about our well-being.
It's one of the biggest things that I've noticed in all my years of political agitation.
Being at all. They don't care about reproducing. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, here's somewhere we'll actually take the communist position, or I don't know if that'd be the right term, BlackRock and Blackstone. They're buying up homes like crazy. In Las Vegas last year, 25% of the homes that were bought by them. Why are we letting these places buy homes? That should completely be banned. I don't know if that would be communism, but there's 100%.
And they're buying them to speculate. They're not buying them to make it more efficient for people to live in.
No, they're
have
driving
a roof
up.
over their house.
That's what's driving up the cost. So young people can't get homes. Also, it's like, okay, if I own a home, why do I care what my home is worth? If the price of my home goes down a little bit, it doesn't matter because I live there.
We're all frogs boiling in the chamber pot.
Yeah, and then that's,
the temperature's rising.
That's where the communist critique of private property comes from. Now, when we think of private property, think of personal property. We think of our homes.
Thank you. I knew that this was going to eventually get there. These are such basic concepts, It's really not that hard to understand. The governments of the world perfectly well understand the problems that the people of their countries face and what the solutions are. It's just the simple fact that the class that's in power has a very committed interest in not solving them. Because if they were to solve these problems, that would be a death sentence for their class. That would spell the end for their power. They'd literally have to give up. Why would they give up their own power just because you're asking nicely? Because you went to the polls and voted for Kamala Harris.
Things that we actually do and use and work with.
Yes, and
stuff.
I want to be able to own my home.
Yeah,
and that type of stuff.
absolutely.
Get fucking real. Pull your head out of your ass. Look at the world for how it is. See, don't die with any illusions about the world that you live in, okay? Have you learned nothing in the past 3 years alone?
It's normal and natural that a human being wants to be in possession of the things that they use, right, and have. But it's in the name of private property that BlackRock gets away with doing all this. right? They're just saying, well, it's our private property. There's you can't raise any social concern about it because this is just our private
It's their
business.
right to have trillions of dollars and
Right.
to buy politicians. I think the Supreme Court ruled it was okay to buy our politicians.
And yeah. So we legalize corruption, we institutionalize corruption, and then moreover,
I'm okay with BlackRock and Blackstone completely just monopolizing the housing industry, making the cost of living completely unaffordable. Because if not, I'm going to have to share my toothbrush, and I can't do that. It's gross. What are we going to do next? Share condoms? No, thank you.
add insult to injury, the monopoly on the creation of the wealth and credit in the first place, they control. It's not even the government that's in command of that. The Federal Reserve Banks, they're a private cartel of banks, private banks.
That print money and then they charge us interest on it. On money
They print money on our dime.
I am not sharing condoms again. I learned my lesson, all right? Ever since the incident, I don't want to talk about it.
Make life more unaffordable for us when they print the money, meaning, interest on servicing the national debt not only increases our tax burden, but it increases inflation. It increases all these kind of like austerity measures by the government that take away.
That's right, Thugbone. Post-stress traumatic disorder. You know the thing. PSTD. PSTD. Post-sexually transmitted disease.
Our services. So life gets worse for us, right, while they do this. And then meanwhile, what are they doing with the money that they print? Giving it to themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Well, then he must be a Yahtzee. He interviewed an Australian nationalist? The guy's got to be a Yahtzee then. Thank you. He's also an anti-Semite, I heard, as well. Thank you, Bluey Guyla. So brave of you. Couldn't be the Israelis or anything. Those aren't the Nazis of our day. No, it's Jake Shields. He's the Nazi because he has a podcast, and that is offensive. He talks about ideas and things, and he's a Nazi for that. Yeah, no, the IDF, they have a right to defend themselves, of course.
To have, and giving it to themselves.
Jake Shields? Are you kidding me? Look at him. This guy is a threat. Seriously, he could beat me up. I'm scared.
And they charge interest.
Giving it to themselves to swallow up and take control over what little wealth the American people already
also
have.
the homes, the banks own most of them.
Everybody who ever said a word to Jake Shields should be completely deplatformed. That is the written edict from the Gestapo, apparently. Now who's the Nazi?
The homes, not you, unless it's all they pay off.
Yeah.
People are going to get mad. Oh, you're talking to a communist. They should be mad at these vampires.
Well, look, we never were such an anti-communist nation until the Cold War. When the CIA started taking...
I don't know about that. I think there was a lot of anti-communist propaganda before the start of the Cold War in 1945. You know, we remember William Randolph Hearst, in fact. There's been very committed, McCarthyism, but there's been a lot of... was McCarthyism before, though? I'm talking about in the 30s. Ever since the Soviet Union became a thing, ever since the Bolsheviks took control of that government, the United States has done everything in its power to destroy the Soviet Union. And that's why I love when people say, well, yeah, I don't believe a thing a government says, but communism is Jewish. The Bolsheviks were Jews, and that's why we should hate communism. It's like, okay, well, you're actually siding with the U.S. government there. You just said that you're such a critical thinker. But when it comes to Russia, you were hook, line, and sinker, dyed in the wool, bought and sold into Pentagon propaganda.
command over the media in the country, which they did. Hollywood, the media.
CIA, and another group.
Well, yeah, design. Yeah,
kind of tied together, actually.
Yeah, but people don't know this, but the CIA directly has curatorial control over everything that Hollywood produces, over everything that we're seeing on TV, and yada yada yada.
There you go, curatorial control. There's your new vocabulary phrase / word. Study it, know it. It will be on the exam.
Because a lot of the times these studios depend upon government contracts and subsidies, right? In order to get those subsidies and contracts, and sometimes in action movies to use government stuff, the CIA has the final say on the scripts, right?
Wow.
And since World War II...
yeah, Matrix, I'm kind of fuzzy. How did that work out for him? Did you know that today is the anniversary of the day that Hitler killed himself? Because he fought Bolshevism, or as you put it, Bolshevism.
In the post-war period especially, the CIA has basically intervened in almost every piece of media that's ever been put out to ensure that it aligns with anti-communist principles. And why was this? Because ultimately...
you keep crying about how you're losing brain cells, which is pretty presumptuous to say that you had brain cells to begin with. But again, I ask you, Paul Jones 6784, you keep telling us this. You have yet to tell us what exactly you disagree with. You can't just keep complaining like a little Israeli Zionist and not tell us what you're complaining about. What do you take issue with?
It was the Rockefellers.
The joke's on you, says Volrose. Volrose has nothing left to lose.
The Morgans and others, Rothschilds as well, older money that came from across the...
Yeah, you're still here, but you're still complaining, and it's maddening. I feel like you're gaslighting us. You're not telling us anything that you disagree with, and when I ask, you fold under scrutiny.
The pond, more or less. They were very threatened by communism. Okay, they were very threatened.
Because they would lose some of their wealth and power. So
not some, all of it.
All of it.
They'd lose all of it, right? And they were extremely...
Dude, I still don't know what happened to my foreskin. But once I find out where the hell it is, there's going to be hell to pay.
Hell-bent on ensuring that all Americans, every generation of Americans that grows up, when they hear the word communism, it would be a red scare.
Yeah,
right.
People just recoil like, oh, he's a communist.
They are so meticulously psychological in terms of their method of convincing people that communism is the worst thing ever, that they made it.
Oh my God, the Grinch did steal my inch. I've never heard it put that way, but you're absolutely right. I've never been the same since. I could have been so much longer.
About, okay, they're no longer going to have a monopoly on our entire existence. They're no longer going to control all of our wealth and have our entire country and economy run on the basis of profit mongering. They went from that to, okay, the communists want to take...
Oh my God, you're appealing to your age as a marker for your expertise in a subject matter. That is a fallacy, Paul Jones. You see, I knew you were filled with fallacious arguments. Well, by that token, I mean, Donald Trump's older than all of us. I guess he must be a fucking wizard. A sage, if you will. Come on. This is not a serious argument, Paul Jones, and I knew you were incapable of making one. Thank you for proving me correct. Because you can't articulate anything specific about what you find so detestable in the rhetoric being spewed on the screen right now. All you do is you pearl clutch and whine with vague comments that are supposed to just muddy the water, confuse people. It's okay to have a dissenting opinion, but when pressed, you should be able to identify and articulate what it actually is. You cannot do either.
Their homes away. They want to take your opportunities
so they
away.
didn't want to take the homes away. That's false.
No, that's absolutely false. You know.
Also, it doesn't take an old man to smell bullshit.
I think it's important understanding what you mean when you say communism, because obviously I think you should own a home. I guess another tough question gets how much wealth can you have? Can you have a few million? Like where?
I think, look, wealth, when it gets to a level of scale, entails responsibility, right?
Yeah.
You're ultimately becoming responsible for a part of society. And, you know, I think that at a certain scale, I mean, even in China, for example, they have Huawei. Even these are state-owned enterprises, right? What we're talking about there are effective managers.
Yeah.
You're an effective manager for a commonwealth or a common industry, a common division of labor that we depend on, right? At a certain level. And it's natural. It's only natural that such people that have such a high degree of responsibility, talent, and skill do have a higher status. You know, we don't believe everyone.
No, that part's important.
Saeed, I was not singling you out, but I also could say that, you know, if the shoe fits.
And I don't need to be greedy.
And it's natural.
I try to pay my workers good too.
Well,
but I have to be making money to do that as well. But whenever it seems to make more little money, I give my work.
That's true. May Day. It's the actual working class holiday. But we don't have our Labor Day in May. We have it in September. For a political reason, as you might surmise. Happy May Day to everyone.
I want them happy. I don't want them miserable.
Take the MMA. So, for example, MMA fighters who are successful, they're champions. They're glorified. They're celebrities. They're heroes.
Good point, Dabby Dabs.
In communist countries, you did not have an equality of status. People that that performed exceptionally.
Stars,
Not only athletes, managers, people that were innovative, scientists, and so on and so on. These people were glorified. Statues were built of them. They had high prestige within society. They were highly respected. There's nothing wrong with there being variance when it comes to those kind of things.
Yeah, because we're just not all the same as humans. There's none of naturally.
Absolutely not.
Status. You can't take that away.
You can't. You can't take away the.
That's a good point, Kelly Marie. You hear that, Paul? Paul, I think you're smelling your upper lip. That's what's going on.
Natural variation that comes in human ability and skill. But at the same time, there's no individual variability that can justify an individual claiming to section off an entire part of society, claim it's their private property, and govern this section on a basis that has no regard for humanity at all, or for our common
these
existence.
companies get handed like the natural resources of America.
Who gave them that right?
Money be circled back to us?
Absolutely. Our natural resources, our energy, our common inheritance. These things should be owned by we the people in the sense that they are put into the service of our common good as a people, right?
Yeah, I think in Alaska, I think they all get given money because of the oil they have.
That's pretty common
they don't call
in
that communism. So like, why does that like get left alone? Couldn't you argue that's communism?
Well, you could argue that it definitely aligns more with the communistic principle than the capitalistic one.
People that live in Alaska.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call it communist necessarily, but I get your point. You know, you're running something on the basis
sharing the money to the people. They don't do that anywhere else.
Well, they do it in some countries, actually,
but not in the U.S.
Not in the U.S.
I wouldn't mind
I did not call you a Zionist. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
Given $3,000 every month from the oil, and it makes sense though if it's the oil.
We're on track to be the #1 energy producing, oil producing nation in the world.
And where does that money go?
Not to us. Certainly not to us.
You pay taxes. Where does that?
You guys seemed really upset with my performance in RDR2 last night, just because I went full scorched earth. Look, I don't want you telling anybody about that. All right, that was between me and you. That's just our little dark secret, okay? We don't need to talk about the innocent life that I destroyed, the families that I wrecked in that game. Scorched earth, that's a little bit of a reach there. Seems like you're really trying hard to fit in here. Yeah, thank God. Yep, I was a cold-blooded killer. Don't act like you're not impressed. Don't act like you didn't like it.
That money go?
It goes to servicing the national debt.
Yeah,
you know?
and then they print more money. That's another tax, hidden tax.
Yeah, absolutely.
They taxes on our houses, sales tax.
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if we had this amazing country with schools, great roads, but we don't.
Like China, for example, they have high-speed rail. They have excellent public infrastructure. I mean, say what you want about China, nobody can disagree with the fact they have world-class public infrastructure, you know?
Yeah, and Jackson Eagle invited me to come out to China when I was in Vietnam, but I couldn't make it. People got mad at me because I made a post just simply sharing what I see with my own eyes and ears, that Vietnam was thriving. People, it's a communist, mad at me, but I can just see, you can see when a country's thriving. They have pride. They're making nice bridges. They're building art.
They tried to convince us that communism
what does that say about you, PJ? You were watching a 40-year-old playing video games. How does that make you look good?
Anti-American. That you're somehow a traitor to this country.
I know, I'm a fucking millennial, okay? I grew up with video games. That's my pastime. Just wait till I hit 60 and I'm rapping Dr. Dre lyrics, okay?
People call me a traitor and stuff for simply saying...
You know what doesn't make sense to me? Aren't the traitors the people who don't love their country and love their people? Aren't the traitors the people who want to sell our country on the cheap?
Yes.
To international financiers and banksters?
100%.
You know?
You're the traitors, not me. I love America.
The real patriots are the ones who want to see their neighbors, if not thriving, at the very least living a dignified life. I don't want my compatriots to be ODing on drugs, to be living in despair. I don't want to see mothers who are my compatriots in the nation that I live in struggle to feed their kids.
I agree. I think this is an area where, like, some of these far left-wing communists, they support, like, criminals, drug addicts. They try to act like them roam free, and I think you differ in your
absolutely because.
Okay, I think I'm going to stop there. I think we did almost 5 hours tonight. That's impressive. I'm very impressed with myself. So I hope you had a good time. You downloaded Assassin's Creed. Oh, that's should we play? Can we play online? Can I play you? If you have a game that I can play online with you, let's do it. I'll fuck you up, all right? I'm rip roaring ready to go. Yes, we did catch that too. And thank you, Beaky Teely. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Squish. Almost made it to 4 hours and 20 minutes. Oh, really? I thought I had it longer than that. I thought I was clocked at closer to 5. But what can you do? Well, I had a good time. I'm not an NPC. I know that. I think that. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I don't really know, actually. You could be an AI bot. We just don't know. A Qatari bot. All right. Thanks so much, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. And thanks to everyone for donating the super chats and the donations and the memberships and the subscriptions. Thank you to Saeed for another 50 gifted subs. That's awesome. Love you back, bro. And yeah, I guess I'll be back same time, same place. No, hey, I did it for you, Malagat. You see, I come through sometimes. I hope you have a wonderful evening, everyone. Love to all, as Saeed likes to tell us. And we'll see you in Valhalla. Shabbat shalom, bitches. Bye-bye.